12 qualifiers to the World Finals.
And here are going to be the cup happening after the prelim. As usual, we have the America Cup, Euro Cup, APAC Cup, China qualifier main round, and open qualifier to find out who will be joining us in the World Final happening in Korea. The total prize pool for Summoners World Tournament is still absolutely crazy with a 200,000 plus US dollars. That's a lot of money on the line. But for you guys watching at home, you might not get $200,000, but you're going to get a lot of scrolls energy from the SWC prediction event. So right now you can go into the event. There are so many quizzes to do every single day to get yourself even more rewards. And of course, you get the emblems to use it in the Emblem Road event back better than ever with even more scroll, more LDs, more special legendaries, Devilmon Reappraisal Stone, and the one and only SWC 2026 scroll.
Yeah, I think this SWC 2026 scroll should be really good. So I cannot wait to actually try to summon this one. Hopefully, I think over the course of the previous years, we are always seeing a potential LB coming up from it as well, right? That's a chance.
I have a very cool clip summoning about 46 of the SMG score that we should be talking about in this broadcast. But here is going to be the bracket for the Asia Pacific Prelim Group B, starting off between Frank and Yin Hong, followed by Lava and Diligent, Arrow and Lai, Yodayon, Eric Lee. And similar to yesterday, we are also having the lower bracket happening in the same day. So all the action for Group B will start and end today.
Yeah, so once again, I believe we do have a total of 13 best of 5 matches to come. So just sit back, relax, have your lunch if you haven't already, and we'll be seeing tons of matches, interesting ones as well. And also, there's going to be coupon codes to be provided during the stream as well.
Yep, this be your favorite sick monitor lunch mutam content, but it's gonna last a whole day. So if you can like go to school, go to work, come back, and SWC will still be happening right here for Group A prelim. I'm pretty sure about that. A lot of matches, a lot of best of 5. So we saw an amazing amount of El Sharion secret yesterday in Group A. Do we expect it to happen again today, Trey? You know some of these players?
I think personally, what I feel that team is really good for round one because literally there's nothing getting pre-banned yet, right? So you can try to surprise the opponent by bringing in those kind of lineups. Or maybe if you got that light burn combo with the Bulwark and Eleanor, that's also one way people were doing for round ones itself.
Oh, start out with Frank. He has been in the Asia Pacific Cup quarter final before. Very, very strong player, and he is focused on a more aggressive playstyle. On the ladder, he enjoys using a bit of Leona Kovaci. That's very cool. That's like less from China, but instead of Bastet, he's using Kovaci. On the other hand, we have Yin Hong, who is a Gani Hathor player. Very unique.
Yeah, getting Hathor back in the day was so good. And I think it's coming back into the meta now, mainly because Hathor can provide Oblivion for one of the units, right? So really important debuff. And of course, we are also seeing things like Light Gojo, the double twin angels. It's always really fun to watch as well.
And here we go, guys. The match is about to start. Gani Hatha or Kobaji. Gani Hatha has been slowly rising in the meta as being on a counterplay to the passive because if you can control them, if they don't take their turn, then the passive doesn't really mean anything. And Gani Hatha is extremely good at that, but it can also be very simple to break if they know you're bringing that in. So it's going to be like one of those like pocket pick, a niche strategy. I wonder if he's gonna utilize that. And here we go. First match for the stack ban, no pre-ban. So if you're new to Summoners or SWC, the stack ban allow players to keep stacking up the pre-ban all the way to game 5. But for the first match, there will be no pre-ban.
So from the looks of things here, we're seeing Yin Hong opening up with the Shiho. This unit has been probably the most favorite pick yesterday in Group A. So pulling through with that. On the other hand, we have Frank going for the Lima and Hey Gang.
Ooh. Followed by the Shiho, we have the Layla and the Dark Monkey King. So instead of getting Hathor, he's going in with more aggressive control, mixing with damage to kill the enemy faster because that is a more enjoyable way to control. You control with damage. But dealing with Heigang and Lima, that is going to be a big problem because right now, Yin Hong main strip is going to be the Layla and no, so that Heigang is definitely going to be very troublesome. That is a wedge ad combined with Lima to provide this Heigang consistent.
Yeah, I think this Layla pick is say the Lima is in the field because Lima, one thing, she places three buffs with the start and end the third skill. It means that it's gonna be a 33% chance kind of thing for the Layla to get the wheel strip in. So he needs some sort of full stripper kind of thing going on. However, he's just gonna go full aggression with this Sonya and the Light Warrock.
Seeing the control that it's not looking too good. We are seeing some extra damage coming out from Yin Hong's draft, which is a very good pivot in the last two pick here. Over there, we have one main damage being Masha. Second damage is going to be the Windstar. So I think Frank has a very solid counter to the control for the damage portion of Yin Hong draft. That is for us to find out in the actual match here because it can be the Sonya or the Lime Harang killing everything, or they are also being controlled by the Lima and the Hey Gang, and they will fail to do their job.
Yeah, I think with this Sonya pick, it's mainly like a force band, so there's not gonna be Lima in the field. Heigang is still gonna be pretty decent with the Wet Jut and the Masha always getting buffs and things like that, so we'll be able to utilize the passive coming out from it. However, once the combo comes out from Yin Hong, the AoE armor break stun from the Dark Monkey is gonna be really scary.
He's kind of vulnerable to the Windstar CC a little bit because there's no fire unit. And the first one belongs to the Wedge at Big Strip. This spare stun onto the Layla, followed by a Masha going in for the meal. And that is a Layla almost there. We have Provoke coming out from the Windstar as well. And both the Monkey were forced to attack the Windstar. Things are looking really good for Frank right now.
Yeah, I think Frank here should be able to beat this Layla right off the bat. That unit will probably never survive here with the armor break and all the stuns on it as well. And now he can just start working onto the Dark Monkey King here.
Looking really good for Frank. The Dark Monkey is down to half health with a glancing debuff as well. So that unit is gonna have problem dealing with the enemy team. But the Shiho with a triple stun, including the Windstar as well. Masha is about to drop off the beast. Can she get another turn to finish off the Dark Monkey though?
Yeah, I think this Dark Monkey probably just needs to send the third skill in real soon here. However, another additional turn from this Wind Start, so there's gonna be the provoke the control of that monkey.
Oh no, if this Dark Monkey goes down, I think would not have any answer to the Windstar in the end game here. Masha surviving, taking down the Dark Monkey with the help of the Wedget. Oh my god, Yin Hong is not looking so hot. The Windstar is moving on to the Huarang here because I don't think he's very scared of the Water Monkey.
Yeah, and look at the amount of damage from that Windstar onto the Light Bar as well. I don't think it's really good. I don't think it's really good to bring in Light Warang when you do not have like at least a support, something like a Raccoony with it. You got a little bit of heals, you got speed buff to increase your damage output as well.
Oh, here we go. Big damage. Could not finish off the Windstar. Windstar moving, trying to kill. Oh, he could not do enough damage to the Light Rang. The pass took down the Windstar. Can he still support bring out the Light Rang though? Or is it too late? Oh my god, that beautiful despair stun for the Heigang is going to stop the Light Rang from moving and doing damage.
Right? So I think Yin Hong is looking really good here with this damage output coming out from the Light Warang. Red Jut is controlled up. There's not gonna be any heals for the time being. Shiho also does have the Alter Ego attack coming up real soon, which should be able to stun the Heigang right here.
And I think that's GG. It turns out the Lion Huarang was the perfect answer for the damage coming out from Frank. He survived all the way to the end with 1 HP and finished off the entire enemy team. We'll take game one.
Yeah, he didn't need any healers, but yeah, just enough to survive right there to do so much damage output at the end. And we'll see whether there's gonna be a prevent this time onto the Light Barang. That unit looks really scary.
Yep, He deals so much damage, very hard to pin down because of the passive, allowing him to have elements of advantage over any opponent who's attacking him. So you are glancing him half the time, and of course, whatever LD was really strong will get pre-banned immediately in the next round. So Lime Harang is gone. Elena getting an imaginary pre-ban coming out from Yin Hong. So no Elena for Frank as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really early Alina ban, which I feel like you should probably remove the Lima first, since you're a little bit afraid of that unit earlier. You had to prevent it out, right, at the end of the phase, so of the draft. So Lima will be picked up on the side of Frank, and for Yin Hong, I don't think he needs to change things up. I think he can just stick to the same draft.
Oh, we have the Shiho Oliver getting picked up here by Yin Hong. Pretty standard start for Yin Hong over there against the Lima. So maybe here we see another Hey Gang first pick come out from Frank so that he can deal with a Shiho. Oliver, Shiho also end with an Okeanos that can bypass the Hey Gang. And Frank is going to steal the Okeanos before that happens.
Yeah, Okeanos is a really good pick here. However, for Yin Hong, what do you want to do? Do you bring in something like the Hey Gang?
Maybe. Maybe he need a damage dealer. Maybe he wants something to counter, like a Juno, a Josephine, that kind of thing as well. I think that's gonna do great. I'm not too sure about the fire
Oh
Megami
man,
situation though, but the
yeah,
Etna seems okay into this less aggressive turn one situation here.
yeah. I'm not really sure about this Fire Megumi, because there's gonna be like heal buff, immunity, shields, anti-crit, all these kind of things coming up from those three units from Frank, right? So it's a little bit rough, but we'll see. Heigang might be picked up on the side of Frank. He's gonna be locking it in though. And for Yin Hong for his last pick, Etna here probably is a force ban, so he needs to go for some sort of high damage win unit, I think, if he's planning to ban off the Okeanos.
I think Frank might look like he doesn't have a lot of damage, but the fact that Yinon doesn't have a healer, that he has to pick a healer last pick over here, Frank can actually out sustain Yinhong with the amount of buff that he's getting, of shield, heal over time if the Lima stay on the field, which I don't think she will. But Wedja can do a bit of healing as well. So I think it's probably going to be a Lima. Oh, it's going to be an Abelio and Josephine
Wow.
heal. So Lima is going to stay with Wedjat and Heigang. So that's a whole lot of buff for the Hey Gang to enjoy. And every time the Fire Megami take a turn, they're gonna steal some buff. Someone's getting some attack bar.
Yeah, the Fire Megumi is gonna be helping Frank's cause, honestly. So we'll see what this Etna plans to do here. You just risk it for the Shatter first. Oh, he's gonna go for the capture, trying to make it so that the Lima moves in front.
I think that's all right. Maybe he hoped that the monkey would be so fast that the Lima attack power again for the Hey Gang wouldn't matter, but it allows still allow Lima to go in front and get a beautiful skill 3 plus slow debuff on everybody else. So this Oliver is gonna struggle quite a fair bit. Look at the attack bar again from 1-5 Megami turn right there. So if this Okios land a 3 stun or 4 stun, oh, he missed the Shield of the Ethna. If not, he would have gotten a full team stun with the Okeanos.
Now this is looking really bad for Yin Hong. However, Okeanos, oh, right, never mind. With the additional turn, yeah, getting the stuns onto 2. However, Oliver will be moving soon, but there's immunity all around. You can't really do anything with that unit.
But Lima still can do very solid damage over there. Ethna looks like she's about to fall very, very soon. A lot of immunity all around, and Oliver's enjoying that glancing debuff. So he can't exactly throw the skill 3 effectively just yet. And he also got reset by the Okeanos anyway, so it doesn't really even matter. Anti-Crit worked out really well into the Ethna. She only gained about 60% attack bar after that skill 2.
Yeah, she's not moving much, and everything on the side of Yin Hong is really low on the health already. Etna still no skills, trying his best to bring down this Okeanos, but I don't think this Okeanos is gonna die, honestly. So
And the extra
the deal is
healing
gonna
for the
be
Wedge
different.
helps as well. Big slow here, Cray. He's gonna be a big slow. Oh wait, he's
Oh wow.
waiting. He's keeping the slow right there, And we're gonna quick reset onto the Shiho. I don't think it's that even important. Maybe you want to switch the damage to somebody else because I think Shiho's probably on Swift, and that monkey is not getting out of that anytime soon. So you're gonna reset somebody else, but the reset went on to the Shiho anyway. As you can see, the Fire Megami is being extremely ineffective into the Hey Gang with this amount of buff going on.
Yeah, it's literally like 5v3. The Fire Megumi is a spy on this team.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it's
Fire
actually
Megami is
helping
among us.
the cause of Frank.
Every time he touched anyone, it's just so much attack power for Frank that Frank was not in any danger the entire fight at all. I'm not sure about taking out the Josephine. I think he could have taken out maybe the Hay Gang,
Yeah,
and at least he might get to control the Lima in the first turn with like a stun into an Oliver follow up. But he chose the route uh, that was probably the worst he could have done.
yeah. I think he should have actually either take the Heigang away or just ban it off, right? Because Heigang was so strong together with the Wedjat and the Lima. So it's 1-1 right now. We'll see what the pre-bans are going to be this time. So earlier, we've seen an imaginary Alina. This time, it's going to be back to some RGB units. The Shiho and Heigang is going to be removed.
I thought he's gonna ban out the Lima because I think Lima without Heigang is still pretty decent, but Heigang without Lima might not be as good. So he still can draft his Lima, which Yin Hong is kind of asking for here. First pick for Yin Hong. We're back to 1-1 though. So without his Lionheart rank, Yin Hong was kind of struggling a little bit. He's first picking Oliver. He's waiting for the Yokianos. Without a Shio, can Oliver still perform?
It's going to be a little bit hard, right? So we'll see whether Frank opts for his Lima once again. It has been pretty good so far. I mean, like, you force ban on the first round. For the second round, when your Lima goes through, you get the win. So he's going to be locking in the speed leader first with that Wedjut. And we are going to be seeing very aggressive lineup coming out from Yin Hong this time. It's going to be the Light Gojo and the Dark Monkey King. So big strips into AoE stuns.
It's looking like a swift race here. So the first high base speed unit is going to be the segment. Because Shiho is off the field. So we got a segment and a Windstalk getting picked up by Frank. No Lima this time around. Maybe he thinks that if Lima's getting stripped, she's kind of useless anyway. So he's going in with some damage instead. But with the segment, he's gonna have the option to reset the Dark Monkey King. So there's no follow-up after like Gojo.
Well, there we go. We are seeing a Laura finally picked up. And I think maybe a water unit. Yeah, going for a little bit passive with that water Gandalf though.
Very interesting, right? He's trying to mix control and healing so that he can achieve like a maybe a mob bruiser. He's ready for end game, but it's a little bit of in between draft here. If you take out a dark monkey, then the control is not going to be that great, or you take out the Oliver as well. So the counter from Frank is going to be the dark druid who can gain turn after he gets stripped. So he can put up immunity in between, like maybe the Laura or the Light Gojo, that kind of situation. So that's going to put on some uncertainty for Yin Hong whether he can get a control through or not.
Yeah, maybe this water Gandalf is actually really good because that's gonna be a little bit more sustains for his team. Frank's damage output so far is only looking at the Windstar. So if Windstar goes down, then he might have some troubles trying to bring down some units. So we'll see about that. Segment will move first, has to land the reset onto the Laura.
Oh, he's going straight for the Gandalf instead because he was definitely worried about the fact that he can't really kill anything quickly if the Gandalf get the shield going. So we have immunity for the Stark. He start getting a turn as well. And this is a small window where Gandalf doesn't have his AoE heal that the Stark and the segment can do something. I would maybe save the skill too, to be honest.
Oh, wow, actually got the wheel strip on that monkey. So it's actually provoked right now.
Okay, situation is looking perfect for Frank here. He is enjoying a nice view of nobody having any protection, and he's still got a decent amount of immunity left, and he got a wedge at the boost, maybe to go in front of the enemy.
Wow, he actually got the armor brick onto the Laura here. So this is a really good window of opportunity for Frank to bring down this unit. Peta did not violent proc, so we'll see how much damage this does.
Maybe not a whole lot because everybody's still really, really healthy.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of 10k. We got a
Oh
13k
wow.
onto the Laura right there. Not too bad, but not enough to finish her off. And because of the Gandalf, she might not go down anytime soon here.
So another shield placed onto the Laura this time. That's gonna be, oh my, there we go. Segment doing segment things, always failing to land when it's really important. You know, does
That is the
the
worst
reset.
feeling, bro. You fail with segment and then the Laura violent from after that. To stun and slow your entire team. That is the surviving the damage and waiting for the right moment to finish off Frank main damage dealer. And I think that's pretty much GG because with a sustain of Water Gandalf, which is a great source of sustain and cleansing, I don't think he's going down anytime soon.
Yeah, Frank's whole lineup is basically relying very heavily on that wind start. So since that unit is dead, damage output wise is gonna be really low unless we're gonna be seeing some sort of armor break coming out from segment into the wall blow potentially. But yeah, I think this Gandalf here is here to stay.
Oh, that strip defense break, stealing buff as well. That's going to allow the Laura and the Olive some pumping some heat into his patter because he does not self cleanse. This defense break is going to stay, and that's going to hurt.
So we'll see what the segment does here. I guess you try to reset off the Oliver once again.
But I think that might be a bit too late. Look at the Laura damage. One hit is
Wow.
5,000 damage from a supposedly support, and three turns in a row completely shatter the pattern. Wow.
Now, was that a double sleep or something like that? Three hits in from that Laura. Wow.
I
However,
think that was a
now,
violent front to asleep, so that was like
all right, yeah.
toxic.
Laura doing Laura things, you know. That's why this unit is still very heavily favored in terms of RTA pick, one of those S tier stripper units with very high base speed.
Wow, even the Oliver can do a nice hit on that segment before the game was over. Yin Hong taking over game three. A little bit back and forth between these two players, correct?
Yeah, Yulong is having the slight lead right now. So it all boils down to this. Frank, do you bring in your Lima again? Or for Yin Hong, do you prevent the Lima this time?
A game four between Yin Hong and Frank. This time we have maybe the Laura or the Dark Monkey King pre-ban here, together with a Lima pre-ban. I think that's going to be a solid pre-ban for these two players.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we got a Kovaci pre-ban. We haven't seen Kovaci yet. So Kovaci and Elena both are pre-ban, and we didn't even see them getting teased in Frank draft at all.
So earlier when we saw the resume of Frank, right, there was a unit, one LD unit that he picked a lot during his ladder climb, which is Leona. So hopefully we get to see that unit in the field.
I don't think that's gonna happen though, Craig, because we kind of require the Kovaci to be in there, but Kovaci is kind of gone now. So
Oh, and
Leona probably will not make it to the final stage. We have a Dark Aragon early pick together with Fire Megami. Fire Megami right now on the ladder has a very low 46% win rate, if I'm not wrong. So the unit is slowly falling off the meta, even outside of competitive matches.
yeah, the slight hit on the passive nerf really hurt him pretty badly here. So we'll see what he plans to do in his second phase of the draft, right? So he's gonna go for, I think he needs some sort of AoE strip, something like the Chiwu with speed lead, those kind of things. Of course, he got Laura, all this kind of stuff, so very premium.
Oh, we're switching to
Oh,
a bruiser position coming out from Yin Hong here, displaying his flexibility in terms of drafting. So we got the anti-stun Jagger and the Nobara to enjoy the debuff from the Annabelle. Lima getting picked up immediately, but I'm pretty sure this is a nice Lima ban angle.
yeah, I think Lima is really strong here. So we'll see Frank what he chooses to do at the end. He does have an Ella as well. Oh my god, that combo.
Ooh, Ella for Okeanos Annabelle will be very, very strong because you get to spam the AoE constantly, and you also have a lot of healing from the Annabelle. So Nobara might not do as well unless the Nobara somehow land a lot of provokes right there. So last week from Yin Hong, he got a lot of problems to deal with. Three strong healing swords and decent damage output from the rest of the team. So I think it might be an Annabelle ban into like a Juno last week or something like that. Oh, it's a Misty.
Okay, so he's gonna be locking in the Misty here. I think it means that he's eyeing that Annabelle ban because I don't think you ever let through an AoE armor break slow debuff Ella with the rinse and repeat for Okeanos to just rain hell on yourself, right? On your whole team. So there's gonna be so much damage output. However, it's actually opting for the Okeanos instead though.
Ooh, Kino's ban, Yaga getting banned out. Maybe he read the Yaga ban, so he wouldn't have like an anti-stun bruiser anymore. So he has to ban out the Okeanos right there. But dealing with Annabelle, Lima, Ella,
There's no
I don't
way
want
your
to be
Misty do
receiving any
damage.
of that, bro. That's gonna suck.
Yeah, your Misty is not gonna be doing anything in this match, right? Because there's gonna be slow debuff armor break. I think he drops it pretty quickly as well.
Maybe it depends on the luck of the Fire Megami here because if you keep landing stun on everything and good defense break for the Dark Aragon to team up with the Misty to do some quick snipe, you might have an angle. Might. Or not.
So I think here Ella probably just want to put up the immunity for the Oliver, making sure that he does not get resetted by that Dark Aragon. And also the Aya can't provoke anybody yet.
Oh, unlucky. He did not get the strip onto the Oliver. And was I. Wait, Misty actually has less attack power than this Fire Megami. This Fire Megami might be hurting a whole lot here.
Oh wow, yeah. The Megumi actually got the attack buff, right? So now slow debuff is landed.
Oh, look at the damage
my
though.
God.
Look at the damage though, Craig. That Oliver dropped dead very, very quickly. But I guess the real setup start now with all the slow debuff on the field and Lima being the main carry.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether this Lima does have the damage output here. It's gonna be a little bit rough. Yeah, your Ella here, you kind of lost your damage dealer in the form of that Oliver, right? Your controls.
But if they don't move, then they don't hurt. So maybe this is gonna be we don't have immunity against the
Yeah,
Dark Aragon. What a bad timing here for the Lima. So Lima, the main damage dealer, is not really doing a whole lot right there. And she's being focused by the Misty, the Dark Aragon, and the Fire Megami, and they're doing a lot of work on this Lima. And the fact that he tuned the team up to be on the Fire Megami, giving him more opportunity to land strip instead of teaming up with the Misty.
yeah, you really needed the Oliver to still be in the field right now because Oliver still can push out pretty decent damage with all the skills that he has. You add all the attack bar as well, things like that.
Oh, very good damage from the Lima right there. She's almost down. There's nobody saving her. She does not have any cooldown. And Yin Hong dismantle this super heavy support healing team beautifully with the Dark Aragon and the Fire Megami. I thought the Fire Megami was stuck in this situation, but the fact that he actually teamed his Fire Megami to the Dark Aragon, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I think honestly on Frank's end for the last phase of the draft, it's, it only has to be either Ella or Lima. You can't bring in both of them, right? Because you're kind of lacking damage. You already have like Annabelle earlier. Annabelle doesn't really provide that much. It's just like setting up for your damage healers to follow through, right? So maybe going for something like a Fire Inosuke. We've seen yesterday who cleaving with those kind of teams, right? It's gonna be a little bit better.
I think he was hoping for the out sustain route. It feels like Frank really rely on the heavy buff as well as the hate gang situation, so that he always have some layer of protection, and he's very used to that. He's very comfortable with the heavy protection playstyle. But it it didn't do well against Yin Hong, who actually managed to peel the protection layer down one by one and worked on the main enemy. That was like the Oliver. He took out the Oliver, and suddenly the team doesn't have a whole lot of damage anymore.
His game plan was just to bring down the Oliver. You kill Oliver, you basically win that match because yeah, there's nothing much Ella can provide. Yeah, you can reset the Annabelle for another round of AoE armor break, but Aya is there to just rain hell on you with the passive, right? You know, when Aya gets a violent proc, that's 50% health gone right off the bat.
And Yin Hong will be moving on to the semi-final of the APAC prelim upper bracket. Frank is moving down to the lower bracket. He will get his second chance, but that will be his last chance to qualify for the Asia Pacific Cup.
Right, so for the next match, oh, Lavar and Diligent. Oh, this is gonna be really juicy, right? Diligent, also Summoners War Championship. I mean, Summoners War champion previously as well. And we'll see what Lava is able to do against him.
And Diligent used to be the guy that, ooh, he drafts a lot of LD and he's cool. But then nowadays, everybody drafts a lot of LD. It's pretty crazy. Everyone, their mom has their unique LD. They have certain LD combination, certain
Yeah.
niche a team that they can pull out of nowhere that will surprise you. That's very hard to counter, and that makes the LD user not exactly very unique anymore. So let's see what Diligent is going to bring to the table here. It's going to be rough, but look at
Oh wow.
Lava, a new challenger. He is an RGB enjoyer.
Yeah, so it's pretty similar to Pete Pass yesterday in Group A, one of those RGB masters. We're seeing segment, all these kind of single picks. So a lot of like counter stuns, mainly counter picking right there. And on the other hand, you're seeing so premium lineups coming up from Diligent, you know, the Yonton, the Lauras, things like that.
Yeah, very, very scary team coming out from Diligent. Some might say Exodia LD Cleave as well. He likes to go aggressive. He has a lot of damage. So it's going to be rough trying to fight this guy. Look at that. World champion, world finalist. And then in 2025, similar to Pooh, who did not make it through the prelim this year, and Diligent didn't even make it through the prelim last year. You can be a world champion, but the prelim are only getting harder and harder every single year. So can Diligent break the curse to now try to be another world finalist this time?
Yeah, it's gonna be a uphill climb, but I think all these players, you know, as time goes by, their room quality improves as well. I can't wait to see what kind of lineup Diligent brings to the table here. We know he has really good Swift sets. I think around like probably he has 240 sets or something like that. It's pretty insane, all right? So we're gonna be seeing him opening with Lima and the Song Zhang very heavy LD drop coming up on Diligent.
We have best of both worlds in these two units here. We have heavy control. We also have amazing protection, and then strip and slow defense break and anti-cleanse. Two unit brings an entire team's kit. That is incredible. Let's go segment. So maybe segment can reset and Diligent's gonna be okay. Diligent going in deeper
Oh,
in
wow.
the pit with the Tian Lang and the Light Gojo. Oh my god, he does not chill.
Oh my, that Tianlang is looking really good against the Oliver as well. So a lot of good LD counter pick-ish turn one kind of thing going on for Diligent. And we'll see what Lava plans to do here. Bringing in a Minato. We've seen Minato popping off the other day in China. Well, I think that unit single-handedly carried MVP for one of the rounds. So we'll see whether this unit is going to be useful here.
Ooh, I'm not sure about a Josephine though. Maybe it's gonna be great. There's a lot of stun going on over there. There is an anti-stun, anti-cleanse unit already. And last for Diligent is going to be a Sonia. This could be a plus 240 Sonia, as Craig mentioned. So even if you have speed lead, it doesn't matter. He will one-shot your Minato or your Josephine. So that's gonna be the ban. Lava get to keep the segment, and we saw what segment did last game. It wasn't exactly amusing for the user.
Yeah, so Lava is actually going to give up turn one here, not bringing in another speed leader. So definitely the Gojo will be moving first, getting the pushback. Minato now with the threat state. However, Tianlang can try to get some stuns rolling in or just place a normal attack.
Very solid damage coming out soon from Tianlang, the Monkey, and the
Wow.
Lima. We got slow debuff as well. Anti-cleanse definitely going to break that Josephine very, very easily here. So I don't know how Lava's getting out of this besides going crazy with the Josephine proc, but that's not happening. Minato get his first violent proc, but what can he really do with that protection coming out from the Lima?
Yeah, Minato is not doing too much here. Tianlang will be able to follow through with a really good second skill damage output, right? So just gonna go for the Dragon Dance raw damage output, and I think Lima here has to just place the slow debuffs, or
Oh, that
actually
was
just normal
really
attacking though.
unfortunate. He stripped before he did enough damage, so all the defense got cleansed by the Hagan right there. If he just
Yeah.
did a bit more damage in the first hit, I think he would have broken the shield and not give him a chance to come back like this. But here is the moment. He used the cleanse from the Gojo as well. That was a move, and there's no more cleanse in the situation. None of them have any slow debuff, so they are moving pretty fast as well. The Tina and the Monkey both use their skills, so they are kind of not doing so hot at the moment.
I think Lima earlier should have just placed the slow debuff, right? I'm not sure what he's thinking. He's holding on to the second skill though. Now your glance up, it's gonna be tough to land your debuffs.
Yeah, I think that might have been a small misplay that led to this very unfortunate situation here. But at least the segment is gone now, so the Lima still can soon provide a protection. But then, can he bring down his Minato in time?
Yeah, Monkey here with the Dark Monkey one, not able to get the armor break. The glancing debuff is just too strong. So Hagen getting the stun onto the Lima as well.
He got the resist against the Josephine stun. I thought he got it because he had skill 3. And then he got this spare stun by the Hagang. That is so brutal. So the Minato is definitely going to finish off the Lima or the Gojo here. And the Dark Monkey alone, I don't think is enough for the Josephine and the Minato. I think it might be GG.
Really rough. It's gonna be really tough for Diligent to actually make a comeback here. Minato is gonna probably solo this one.
Oh, hold up, hold up. We got a quick cleanse. Wait, he's not doing it. He doesn't want to remove the glancing debuff from the monkey. The monkey's going in, missed the Josephine right there, gets stunned, hit the Minato. He could have hit nothing, to be honest. But at least he hit Minato. He allowed the Josephine to go crazy here. He was scared of Minato revenge earlier on the Gojo, but I felt like he could have go for the cleanse right there. I don't think he has enough damage to finish off the Minato here, though. But we shall see.
I felt
He
like he
does
just
not
needed
have
to
it.
spend the Light Gojo's third skill earlier, right? Even if you're gonna get potentially threat state armor broken by the Minato after that, you just had to do it though.
And the winner is Lava, taking down the X-Squad champion in the first round, the prelim. Diligent, not looking so hot, even with a full LD draft, got taken down by the Minato and Josephine combo. Bit of Hagang in there as well. Maybe there was a bit of misplay in between right there to fully optimize the damage output. We shall see if Diligent makes some upgrade in the next game.
So Diligent actually removing the Fire Megumi this time, and Lava does not want to deal with this Lima. So Diligent, does he open up with normal RGB units, you know? I think so far we've seen a lot of contests on She-Host, but this time he's just going to be locking in the Speed Leader with that Oliver.
Okay, going back to the normal draft right there, the full LD didn't really work out too well. Gotta at least steal some of the core RGB. Lava going back with the Chandra first pick with the segment. Chandra first pick. There is a disadvantage in our speed leader right there because you're only getting 24% compared to Oliver 33%. So you are kind of slower by default when using Chandra.
Chandra back in the day, this kind of combo is pretty good 2 years back. And we're going to be seeing Josephine plays here, mainly to counter the Shiho. And he's bringing back Sagar as well.
Oh, wow. Lava rocking all the RGB, making it really, really hard to predict what he's doing here. But he's going back with the very OG combo Chandra Cigar. We got pushback reset, we got the hug, we got the damage. But can he get it through this section of the Kobachi and Diligent? Windstar is going to be the unit getting picked up by Diligent for damage output. And Lava is going to be the Light Unicorn. We're seeing two new unique NAS and LD NAS 5 Diligent here.
So do we see Lava going for the Velado? You know, Chandra, Sagar, Vela back in the day, so good.
Root.
I think might be pretty decent here, considering that you can deter this Oliver's resets.
Are we getting like an over pick coming out here to do damage against Diligent? It will be a
Over.
Misty. So you're gonna like slow debuff, a bit of defense break from the Misty as well. Misty will not be controlled too hard by the She-Hulk. So that's looking pretty good. But I wonder what's gonna be the bad here.
Looking like a really scary pony right there, right? I think maybe removing that one is the play, but going for the Windstar instead. So no Josephine as well. Speed leader on both sides. She-Hulk definitely outspeeds this segment.
So it depends on whether Shield can actually stun the segment. We've seen Shield miss from time to time in previous qualifier. It's not a guaranteed first turn stun. So if it miss, it could be really bad for Diligent. Definitely doesn't.
Yeah, big stun right there. And
Dia mau
punching down
tangannya
will
aku mau nonton.
be, I think he's in
Masuk
a
ke
weak
YouTube
zone
nih.
here. Yeah,
Langsung.
to go for the third skill, think the epic buff for the Oliver to do a little bit more damage. Gonna get the full reset onto the Misty though.
We got the full reset. We got the violent prop as well to reset the second skill too, in case we get an opening for the defense break. So right now, looking not so hard for Lava, but we saw that previous game. Lava was on the back foot, but things turn around in mid.
So there's nothing much the Chandra can do here. Yeah, I don't think you want to use the third skill just yet. Sagar needs to land this reset, right? He gets it onto the shield, and the shield is in trouble right now.
Definitely. And when you look at Diligent team, he might get the first turn control out, but who exactly is going to kill the best right here? I don't see a way for this Misty to go down easily. And the counter protection is going to stay there for quite some time. When you're not going to touch this unit. And no stun, no pushback is going to really affect
Yeah, I think this Misty pick is really solid here. Nothing is gonna kill him off that quickly, right? And as time goes by, once his passive is stacked, oh boy, this unit is gonna pack a punch.
And also, we can kind of find some window in between the immunity of the enemy because Oliver and Shio both gain a lot of attack power, so they unwillingly undress the immunity. So Misty can cut in between, sneak in a quick slow debuff, and if the Eleanor does not have the cleanse, it'll be a very bad window for Diligent.
Yeah, and also Misty, the second skill, if you get the armor break in on the first hit, that's gonna be potential one-shot incoming onto the She-Hulk right off the bat, right? So I think this one is looking really grim for Diligent. Being a little bit too passive with the Eleanor and Kovarchi.
Wow, that Misty damage was absolutely beautiful. Took down the Oliver. And somehow, Diligent damage output on Lava is not exactly too hard because the last three units he chose, or the last three, two of them being heavy to support healer unit. And Lava saw the opportunity to ban out their main damage healer, survive purely on the tankiness and the efficiency of his rune. He doesn't have any heal for the other three units. Misty can probably heal himself, so it doesn't really matter. So right there, Lava saw through the weakness of Diligent grab, picked the right counterplay. If you Diligent ban the wrong unit, I think they're bad for Misty.
Yeah, this Misty is looking so scary here. Eleanor, especially when you're in this form, your HP is actually half from the pony, right? So Sepek goes down here, but yeah, there's just no way to bring down this Misty at the end of the day.
Yeah, focusing on Misty would probably be a throw because he does not have enough damage to control for Misty. But then focusing on the rest of the team seems not as effective as well because Chance and Gar are both very tanky. Maybe the segment is also super tanky. So the Misty got so much room, but maybe one skill three from the She-Hulk, he can win the match immediately right here. The Legend is not done yet. He's finishing off the Misty and the friend of Misty, so he can focus Misty. Misty's doing the same, finishing every friend of She-Hulk.
Mai sao qua lúc xuống.
I think the Legend should have
Vào đấy, không ăn.
onto the shield with the skill 3 again before the Misty can touch the
So now there's a Misty to do good damage.
Oh, but the cigar can shake off the. Oh,
Oh no, Man, the violent broke on the cigar to get the reset onto the monkey. Unfortunate scenes right there. And yeah, but once again, it's so hard to kill off the Misty. Literally, that unit could kill before the entire team dies. But again,
Oh my
Oh,
god.
tapos
So
ato ba?
damn, if he's
Nani
so
nga mo
good on
nani
the
ito nani
monkey,
ito.
so the monkey could get another round back send onto the cigar.
Nani
Cigar will be dead. Main round,
dahan.
maybe.
yeah, maybe.
And that could have been a different story,
Mo
but I
naon
think
man
in the
ito.
end,
Ting wins the Fire Inosuke at the end of the day here. This unit has a really good passive, self-healing, and look at the amount of damage done onto the Laura. GG's to Lava. Congratulations to him.
Oh my god, he did not pop.
coming out from this monkey or the shield, you know? Either the Mei Hwang or the shield.
And he got the shield out of the way, but the Mei Hwang is going straight into the Gianna, doing some
Yeah.
massive damage. And who is stopping the Masha? Can he even do it?
It's gonna be hard here. So he needs to get this attack debuff onto the Mei Hwang, but he's trying to work onto the Masha first, though. So getting the cleanse onto this Gianna. Gianna still no bombs yet.
If the Gianna fall, I think the Fire Monkey King might win the game on his own because
Yep.
the other 3 unit doesn't have the damage to finish off this Fire Monkey King. And Fire Monkey King going back onto the Gianna. Gianna, I think, has the bomb to shake off the defense break, but he has to land it on the monkey though.
Yeah, I think earlier on the turn 1, he just needed to put the bomb onto the Mei Hwang first because it's so hard to kill off this unit if you do not have the bomb damage, right? What else can your Megumi, Oliver, all this kind of thing do against it? Not much.
A small window open up for Era right there with the bomb onto the Mei Hwang because he will definitely not have a lot of problem against the other 3 unit with Oliver controlling the shield all the way through and the other 2 fire unit are being heavily controlled by the Fire Megumi. So it's only the Fire Monkey King that is the problem and this bomb is going to solve half the problem.
Well, he actually got the pushback onto the Mei Hwang, so this is actually Era's chance to make a decent comeback. The Gianna is still surviving somehow.
I guess that Oliver just solved the other half of the problem right there with the pushback. So no immediate healing coming out from the Fire Monkey King. And the rest of the team is pretty much gone with Oliver and the Fire Megumi control right there. It go a bit too crazy, then he has a shot. But it's not going to be a very easy task. Here comes
no.
the first proc. It's a Nemesis, so no random counter attack to stun you, which is going to be great for Era.
So now he gets the armor break onto the Fire Megumi. Can he get the attack debuff? Anything? No.
Oh, if he get a pushback here though, he does not get a pushback, but he stopped a heal from the Fire Monkey. Can Fire Monkey? Oh,
no.
my God! The monkey is angry.
Man, this monkey solos from here, right? I don't see how you. I guess if you fully reset him non-stop
He
without
need to land
the
this
monkey
one.
proccing though.
He missed the pushback and the monkey violent proc here to get the healing back. He cannot lap this Oliver. He's not fast enough. Oh, that's done, but the cleanse from the Gojo. He needs to land it. Chris, cooldown time, Cray. He did it, but can the monkey proc though? No,
The monkey proc.
Oh, the monkey will now lap the Gojo. Can he stop? Can he proc? Can the Gojo do it? Is he the honor one?
Wow.
One.
Wow, that back and forth right at the end. Jesus. The amount of violence that's coming up on the Mei Hwang to sustain a little bit here and there with the second skill. Man.
The Mei Hwang absorbed all the RNG and the violent proc from the other unit. Tried to 1v4. Like he 1v4. The rest of the team didn't really do anything. The monkey almost did it though.
Yeah, the monkey tried so hard right there. And obviously, as time goes by, you know, like Gojo's damage output is very underrated. You know, you can run at damage speed, scales really well with it.
And the pre-ban is obvious enough. We have the Dark Monkey, but we also have the Dark Aragon pre-ban because they are both very high impact last pick unit. That the moment you get the skill 3 out, you are immediately in the best spot. So here we have the Oliver first pick. Arrow going back to the Gianna once again. Landing that bomb was so crucial though.
Yeah, and Ever is one of those players who loves to go for turn 1 as well. So it's going to be a contest for speed, I believe, unless Lai pivots into something like Josephine. Yeah, Josephine makes really good sense here. Highly counters the Gianna and the Fire Megumi, but opting for Hagen first.
Ooh, I'm not sure about this opening from Lai though. He seemed very vulnerable to heavy passive. Maybe because he know that Era is not that kind of person. Oh, but Era's gonna go with a Viva. Maybe this game will not end immediately. We might see some passive, but we have a segment early pick from Era. So he is trying to lock down Lai with the control as well.
Yeah, I think this segment pick is really good. And for Lai, oh, what do you do? Do you bring in a Chow? Chow Sin.
And we got the white getting picked up in the 2 last pick from Lai. restaurant bruisers. So how can Era deal with this? What is he going to?
Yeah, so it's gonna go for the Winstock at the end here, which I still feel is just gonna be banned out. And for Light, I mean for Error, he needs to remove one of those Dragonites, right? I don't think you got the damage output to kill off the Chow unless you find a really nice opening where your Viva swaps the Chow and then you can one-shot him after that.
Yeah, Viva is always a big question mark
Yeah.
from any point of view. Like, am I slower? Am I faster? Will I get the snipe? Like, what is happening with Viva? Is it a swift? Is it a slow vial? Is it a fast vial? Nobody really knows except the user. But I guess if you don't know, just might as well just don't find out.
Yeah, so Viva will be banned. Same goes for this Chow.
defense broken. Okeanos not going down just yet, but there is a Vanessa moving right after that if Oliver failed to do anything about that situation here. So Okeanos is soon to leave the stage, and Oliver just missed a skill 3, so that's longer cooldown for the next combo.
Yeah, the funny thing there is that the Misty made it so that it's 1 HP for that Vanessa to get the, the bounce to the attack or the Jogan, you know, you land the armor break. Free value right there.
Funny enough, the Misty has missed every single chance to put a slow debuff on the enemy so far. The Revenge, the active skill 1, they all missed their slow debuff. So it could have been a worse situation for Yodayo, but this Misty is making it easier for him.
Yeah, oh, there's no way to make a comeback from this. Those two units, you can't control them. There's no slow debuffs. Attack buff permanently for the damage dealers too, you know. It's rough.
As you can see, the rise of Oki and Oliver will lead to rise of other units like Misty and the Fire Monkey, who kind of take a backseat when Annabelle was the main unit of the meta together with Erection. But with Erection, Fire Megumi falling down, Oliver, Oki is going up. Certain units that were not very popular is getting super popular again.
Yeah, there was really good drafting at the end coming out from Eric B as well. You know, you got Jaeger, you got Misty, you got the Mayo one. All these kind of units, they don't care about your stuns from Okeanos, right? So able to benefit from that. We're seeing a Sagar first pick this time coming out from Yodayo.
Ooh, I'm not sure about a Cigar first pick though, but over there, I feel like we're going back to the Dark Indra. Are we seeing our first 3-0 today, correct? Maybe.
Believe so. I feel like Yodayo is just trying to throw in something different to make Eric be a little bit confused, you know, bringing in Sagar first pick, something we don't see too often. I think this is the first of the tournament that we are seeing it. And also gonna be going for the Vanessa and the She-Ho.
Ooh. Oh, I like that. We got a Bruiser Cleave coming out from Eric B right there. There is the shield in the first turn to deter this from happening, but so far that's the only thing that will do that. The Water Goja also doesn't lose attack bar, so that's a decent counter to the Cigar right there. And Annabelle is going to be great in this situation, but can this Annabelle get a turn?
I think Annabelle is probably gonna be like banned out, right? You do not want to get armor broken, slow debuff by the unit over there. On the other hand, Red Blood is gonna pair really well with the Gojo though.
Unit. Now plus 1 plus the Vanessa. He might outspeed the Dark Megumi, but that is a
Yeah, we see whether this. I feel like the Dark Megumi is gonna move. Oh wait.
Wait a minute! Wait, this is Ultra Speed Windstar! Wait a minute!
The Windstar move first?
And not only
Oh,
that,
that
he
is
landed
crazy.
every single strip as well, which is very important because Windstar strip chance is actually not too hard, but he landed every single important one.
And now there's gonna be the full reset pushback as well. Oh my god. What a chat, Yodayo. Give it up for that Windstar on Swift.
Dude, that is a plus 200 via Windstar. Maybe. I think it has to sacrifice some stats somewhere. So it's probably on sweet crit HP, not damage, like the usual Windstar. But it caught Eric B off guard with the speed and managed to land the most important one is the strip provoke on the Dark Megumi in the first
little bit of the pushback coming out from the Oliver. So there's going to be a little bit of dabbing with the speed buff coming in from this Laura. There's going to be good follow-ups to go. So Laura gets the additional turn. Can she get a sneak proc though?
This Laura, the true nightmare. And another almost full team stun coming out from the Shield. He did not reset the Velajo this time around, but he reset the Smicer, so no bomb is coming out from the Smicer. Laura, another skill too. Is she going to get it? Another full team stun almost coming out from Yin Hong. He's doing so well in this draft here. Everything is working as intended, fully locking down everyone from the enemy team, and Shiho's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think Shiho here, you just want to kill off the Smiter with the third skill. We do know Velajo might get this additional turn, but with Smiter out of the picture, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Lavar to make a comeback here.
Yeah, I think it's probably over-ish at this point. He might be able to bring some damage, but there's still so much more coming from Yin Hong because he managed to control the enemy team. He has time to get his skill back. And oh my god, this Laura is not taking a break. And first game belonged to Yin Hong.
Man, that Laura has been proving her worth. I mean, like, we see her putting sleeps, getting the ill stun into a violent proc for the third skill, giving the entire team the speed buff. So many utilities in all these skills.
Man, that was rough. For sure. Lava, he expected the Smicer to be stunned and still provide some value. He didn't expect his entire team to be consistently stunned like that. We got a segment pre-ban and we have the Dark Monkey King pre-ban that wasn't even in the game in the previous round.
Yeah, I mean, like, Yin Hong picked it up, but it was like right off the bat.
Ừ. Hmm. Wah, oh iya benar. Dor, 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 dor. Cuku. Teng. Cuku.
Cuma kemana Munda?
Nggak ada.
Hah?
Di luar warung.
Aduh, mana comotin yuk? Mak, aku juga ya. Anjir, harus sapotin. Gak tahu juga. Jadi saya kayak
Vanessa and Jaeger again.
Ooh, he's going back to that. But he doesn't have the Viva and the Hua Rang anymore. I wonder if he has any replacement for those. So we saw Fire Legolas earlier to anticipate some sort of buff coming up Yin Hong. But maybe Lava will hold the Fire Legolas for later. And he's going in with something very old. Many years ago, we have the Water Twin and the Veladru meta for a little while. So is this going to be enough against Yin Hong?
Maybe I think nowadays the Romael and Judaya is a little bit better in terms of landing the strip and armor break is a little bit higher percentage. But yeah, what can Yin Hong do here? Going for the Eleanor. All right, he has that light pony as well, and bringing it in is that Dark Aragon. You're banning off the Bella here, right? For sure.
I think Lava might need to have another layer of immunity here because
Yeah.
is low on strip, so we can abuse that fact. And that's going to be the Fire Twin Angel for more cooldown reduction and another layer of immunity. The Fire Twin also does damage, and the Gale near for the first time in SWC being drafted to counter the Eleanor because every time they buff, this Gale is going to enjoy a lot of healing.
Wow, this Galnir is a definite force ban. I don't see that unit getting led through. And if you're Yin Hong, you don't have really good strips apart from Vanessa's second skill. So you're gonna go for a light Nobara at the end for some sort of burst damage.
I kind of like that though. Big damage, and but the problem is she needs to provoke the enemy, and that's a lot of immunity. And if they just ignore her, then she doesn't do anything. And Lava Team seems very single target focus. So if she doesn't get touched, then she's kind of useless the entire game because she can't provoke and she can't do damage.
Yeah, this is looking really rough for Yin Hong in terms of the drafting. However, it's going to be a respect onto that light Nobara. Romayo and Judaya also removed. Oh, Gelnir though.
But can Lava do enough damage now this Jaeger? He needs to get a defense back from the Veladro into a fire twin skill 3 to focus down this Jaeger with big damage.
It's going to be a little bit hard here. So steals the immunity away from that Dark Aragon. That's going to be the Sanctuary to be placed. I think you just want to go for it. Then you can at least get the reset off onto the Dark Aragon.
Big pushback onto Aragon. No, we didn't get the pushback. We get increased cooldown time. So, I mean, the Aragon's kind of done here at this point because he's not going to be able to punch through all his immunity. But the Jaeger into a defense broken target is going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Jaeger is able to one-shot this. It's going to be tough, though.
Oh, we got defense break coming out from the Veladro. This is where he can actually do damage. The damage from Jaeger was really good, but the rune quality on the Fire Twin Angel allow him to tank that was also incredible. Because usually people build Fire Twin with a bit more damage in their runes, so they focus on attack percent. And that would make the Fire Twin a bit easier to kill. But this Fire Twin took a full from the Jaeger and survived with a very decent amount of health.
Yeah, I think that Fire Twin Angel is around like plus 30k HP. We saw the Justice did around 33,000 on it, right? And then it still had around like 25% health. So that unit is probably gonna be sustained here.
The thing about Jaeger is that he is very good at dealing with small damage that doesn't kill you, but he's very bad on the game wouldn't do anything. So I think if you drag the game out longer than it should, Yin Hong Jaeger will get to a point where it will one-shot you, passing the healing coming out from the Gelnir.
Yeah, he needs to wait for it. I think when the attack increases 30%, and I believe the Jaeger should be able to Justice one-shot the Twin Angel later on. Same goes for Oliver. You know, all these kind of units are a little bit on the squishier side. And once those two units goes down, nothing much the Veladro and the Gelnir can do, right? It's just waiting for their death after that.
Oh my god, this mini heal, but for a unit like the Dark Aragon is very, very crucial because he can stay alive on a 2-3 hit, buying more time for the Jaeger, which is very important. The more time he can buy, the strongest Jaeger becomes, and the moment Jaeger can one-shot, the Fire Twin is coming closer and closer as well.
Yeah, I think if Fire Twin goes down, there's no way to kill off this Jaeger, right? It's gonna be so strong. Oliver, yeah, I mean, you can get a little bit of reset here and there to try to lock down his Justice, but look at that threat state that he gained.
Oh, but he did take away the skill 2 of the Jaeger though, which is very important. And here's the moment where the Fire Twin can gain the advantage over the Jaeger if he can kill this Jaeger with this very, very small window here. And I believe Lava might be able to do it though.
He does not have the third skill up though. So we'll see whether he gets an additional turn.
Oh, kind of missed the win right there to kill the Jaeger. Jaeger does not have any chance to do any damage just yet. So here is another. Oh, the light unicorn closed the window immediately. Fire Twin. So this is now the window for the Jaeger.
Man, such violent proc coming out from the Eleanor to cleanse the armor break off onto the Jaeger. If the unit would have been probably dead, I believe. I think the Fire Twin Angel should be able to one-shot the Jaeger, but that is not gonna be happening.
Oh, defense break. Oliver looking juicy. And Jaeger said thanks for the meal. Oliver going down. Fire Twin shaking right now.
Big chomp onto the Oliver. 38,000 there. And yeah, I think Vanessa did her job already. However, now Eleanor is back to the pony form. We'll see whether this Jaeger is able to bring down this Fire Twin Angel in time. This is a race.
Okay, Fire Twin looking for a moment, looking for a window. Jaeger and Eleanor are going to do enough. No defense break coming out. And we have the Jaeger skill 2 coming up very, very soon here. Do we get a clock strike 30%, 40% attack power up? Because Jaeger is waiting. Oh my God! Jaeger has grown strong enough to one shot without a defense break. Fire Twin going down. This might be GG. I don't think a Velajo is what it takes to kill the Jaeger. And here we can see the weakness of Gelnir. He does not do anything when you get one shot, and he does not provide anything else outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, the problem here is that even if Lava kills off this Eleanor, it's gonna be tough for him to bring down this Jaeger unless the Velajo gets an armor break into a proc, maybe getting some crits in. We can see this Vela is actually hitting pretty hard.
But the thing is, can we get there? Maybe if Jaeger one-shot the Vela now, it would be hilarious.
Oh my god.
It one-shot the Velajo. Gelnir standing alone, back in the back line without providing much value. And GG, Yin Hong completely destroyed Lava in the last game with the Jaeger. 1v4 pretty much, with the Jaeger killing almost everybody. GG.
Yeah, man. Oh my god, that Jaeger. One justice, one kill every single time. As time goes by, the attack increases. That's just too much damage to handle.
Too much damage, man. 30k per hit when you're down like 40% HP. Nobody can survive that. And if only Gelnir has maybe some sort of damage boost or damage reduction in his passive, that'd be a bit cooler. But he doesn't have any one of that. So he was just there healing a little bit and trying to buy time for the Fire Twin Angel to get an opening, but he couldn't get an opening for the Fire Twin Angel.
But man, oh my god. Jaeger is so strong sometimes. It really is, it's nice to see when it works so well for these kind of players, Vanessa, we're seeing a lot of Despair Vanessa as well. I think there's like strip stun coming out from it. And yeah, once you land the armor break, how can that Fire Twin Angel survive, right? I mean, that's our only damage dealer kind of thing. The other units are just like complementing a little bit of controls here and there. But yeah, no real damage dealers.
No real damage to indeed. But that is the thing of the past. We now look to the second semi-final. Congratulate Yin Hong for making it to the final, but he needs to know who his opponent will be. And we're going to find that out. Is that going to be Eric B? Or is that going to be, who's the other person again?
I think Lai, right?
Lai against Eric B.
Yeah.
Here we go, Cray. Strong player, and Eric B has a very unique play style, which I really enjoy, with a Wedge and a Kovachi, a lot of damage output. I think Eric B was the only person with a 3-0.
Yeah, I believe so. So he's one of those players that loves to go for the wedge up. We'll see probably, I think Lai might respect Bennett later in like the second round if Eric B is going to bring it in again. So he also loves to go for Water Gojo instead of things like Chow, for the water damage dealer, bruiser-ish.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see maybe a wedge up pre-ban here in the second match. But first round between Lai and Eric B. Send it away.
Once again, that's going to be the Devil Raja picked up. Same with this Hey Gang. And what will Lai do here? If you're opening up with a Vanessa, it means that you want to go a little bit more aggressive. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Ooh, that is going to be, excuse me? That is a Dark Devil Maiden. And what is she doing here?
I mean, she has pretty decent buff that she gained the other balance patch the other day, right? So there's going to be a lot of AoE stuns, things like that. It's going to be tough to kill it off as well, with the Vanessa in the field.
All right, a lot of AoE damage coming out from Eric B. We have a mix of AoE damage and single target damage coming out from Lai. We've got a Juno to counter the heavy buff and also the debuff coming out from the. So I think with this, it's going to be a Hey Gang ban. Then knowing that Eric B can abuse that fact and maybe pick an anti-passive unit, but it's going to go for a good old Okeanos.
Yeah, he needs a damage dealer right at the end. So I think the ban probably is onto the Juno. From the looks of things here, it's scary.
Yeah, Juno is definitely going to be a Vanessa ban. So Lai to get his after Juno, we got the monkey to maybe stun the Gojo and the Indra as well. Juno's gonna get a lot of healing, and if that Dark Devil Maiden get a transformation, there's gonna be a lot of debuff as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about letting it Juno through because there's gonna be tons of debuffs like plays coming out from Eric's B, and so tons of heals definitely coming in. There's gonna be the reset onto the Devil Maiden though, so no transformation.
This is like the only Devil Maiden we're ever going to see, guys. So savor it, enjoy it. I don't know if she's going to make it though, but the Juno healing is keeping her in the match for a little bit longer here. We have the Bella who dodged the strip earlier, doing some massive damage onto the Okeanos. But Wedgehead has a bit of healing on top of the dots that Okeanos is enjoying, so you can see that the healing is quite significant, even though Okeanos is going to take that damage later.
The Juno is gonna start working onto the Okeanos here, actually working onto the Devil Raja instead. So there's gonna be the Rain of Stones, big AoE stuns onto everyone, and able to bring down the Devil Maiden already very early on.
Unfortunately, the Dark Devil Maiden does not have any off-turn mechanics, so the more she can control like that, she doesn't really do anything. Juno is not a vampire, so she's taking hella damage while taking the Dark Indra. And the monkey is kind of there, I guess.
Yeah, he's not doing many counter attacks and things like that. So Juno, oh my god, that 9k crit onto the Juno, not able to wake up from that stun.
And here comes another Okeanos last turn here. He managed to get like a solid value out of his Okeanos before it goes down. Monkey is trying his very best to do some damage, but taking down a Water Gojo is not a simple task with the self-defense buff and the Wedgehead protection as well. And the first game belongs to Eric B.
Man, Eric's drop is so weird, and it does have so much damage output as well. You know, you just slowly bruiser cleave them all the way down to their death.
I don't know what's up with these Gale Nia and Dark Devil Maiden pick, man. Is there a propaganda going on? They're trying to get these unit buff or something like that, maybe? Because they're not working so well.
Yeah, I mean, the Bella and Devil Maiden definitely did not do much there. Didn't have enough protections for it. Yeah, once you get like AoE stun, you're locked down for 2 turns. All these units also very squishy. So Devil Raja and the Dark Aragon will be pre-banned this time.
So no more Dark Indra. That's going to be quite devastating for Eric B because he seems to really enjoy drafting the unit for his AoE playstyle. But we haven't seen the Wedgehead and the Kovachi ban yet, so he can still bring a different kind of boost. And Eric B has a Lima in the box as well.
Yeah, he's rocking this Lima first pick this time. Lai will be taking the Hey Gang away. Light Nobara, a little bit too early on though, but we'll see whether it's gonna be utilized well on Lai's end.
Maybe he's taking a page out of the Light Nobara team coming from Yonhong from the other bracket that beat Pooh. So it's gonna lock in like some crazy healer here, and that might work out.
Yeah, so we're gonna be seeing the Wedgehead once again coming in from Eric, fitting it in with the Okeanos too. So a lot of damage output, slow debuffs on the side of Eric. Lai is gonna go for the Shiho to contest for turn 1.
We've got a Shiho and Josephine to counter the Okeanos. Looking pretty good right there, but he also steals a Hey Gang away from the Lima. So that's gonna make the Eric B team not as protective of the Okeanos. Let's see how he's gonna counter that. Does he rely on the Water Gojo again? But oh my god,
wow,
he is so aggressive. We got the Wunsa getting picked up. Are we seeing a Maximilian after this?
we might be, right? I mean, like some sort of AoE cleave, but it's gonna be the Sonya instead. Okay, this is really interesting. So the Wunsa here does pretty good against Hey Gang. Sonya is more like a force ban. You know, I mean, he could have picked in the Dinah here. I think Dinah is also really strong against Lai's draft.
Does he do it? Does he do it? Does he pick a Diana? Maybe.
I mean, like Dinah on the side of Eric's side, on Eric's side.
You know, we got a Jäger though. Jäger's so popular. Everyone has a Jäger at this point. And it's gonna be gone. We have the Sonia getting better as well. So the main control from Eric B is an Okeanos, and he got to fight into 3 water unit, including 1 Josephine.
Topic though, I feel like you should have just went like double win at the end, then just ban off the last pick. You know, those kind of things. Winstock also works perfect fine, but we'll see. Okay, Wedge will get the buff here at the boost for everybody. Can the Lima do?
We got AoE slow on everybody except for 1. Mara, big stun on everybody except the Josephine, which is totally fine. I think the Wunsa is probably mainly for the turn 1. He want to secure the Oki stun right there, because with the Heigang on the field, the Lima is going to struggle a little bit. So here he get the stun, he secured a slow onto the Shiho, and he have to find a way to bring it as quickly as possible, but he doesn't even have to do that.
Wow, that 2-turn sleep onto the Shio. Man, that's so nice to see when you're running these kind of like pioneers, right? You know, it's only a 15.
Remember, guys, the Shiho was slept when he was low in the attack bar, and with debuff, that is technically like a 3-turn sleep, if you think about it that way.
Yeah, he's not moving anytime soon. So there's going to be another round of A-Gang strips coming into play. Now, dude, I think you got to hold on to your second skill first because of the glancing.
Oh my god, he almost get another one over there onto the Heigang. So the Shiho is out of the sleep just to not get any attack bar. And here's another 2-turn sleep onto the Heigang. So if he can touch the Shiho right now, it might be it for Lai.
Oh.
And he
So,
will.
stepping this additional turn. Wow. Wow, that proc into the stun onto the Shiho is clutch right there.
So, unfortunately for you, not a single turn today. Eric B with the Wunsa. Never doubted, right? Never doubted.
Yeah, the Wunsa, of course, just want to gain the first turn to secure the Okeanos stuns. Man, that Shiho though. So sad, you know. 1 proc and then you get stun up. You had your 3rd skill up.
Here comes game 3 between Eric B and Lai. Eric B getting a little bit too strong in this tournament here, Cray. Looking a little bit too good. Getting a smooth record so far.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a respect ban onto the Wedge. It seems like it's 100% win rate for Eric B, right? So Eric so far hasn't even dropped a single match. We'll see with Wedge out of the picture whether he's able to get his wins convincingly as well. So we are seeing Oliver on the side of Lai.
Let's see what it's going to be for Eric B here. Without a wedgie, I think he might go for Kovaci so that he can go for a different playstyle here. Oh, I can smell the Kovaci coming out with the single target focus team here, which means Lai will have to somehow maybe predict the... Oh, he's going with AoE. I like that, Lai.
I think he needs to contest for turn 1 here. Shiho, things like that. Maybe an Atna as well. Okay, taking in the Okeanos first for some sort of reset area. Stuns. I believe we are seeing Kovaci in. Yep.
There's the Kovaci together with some more single target damage. What kind of LD single target damage does he have here? Oh, is he going into with a Chow or Fire Monkey? No, he got the premium one. He got the Jäger as well for the Kovaci. They all have Jäger in this bracket. It's crazy.
Yeah. It's like really one of the S tier units right now in the RTA scene. And Lai is gonna go for a Sonia, in a way, like a first ban. If you remove the Vanessa, then Sonia, there's a chance for big burst onto 1.
Oh, it's locked in Juno. You need a unit against the Kovaci. So that is going to be a Juno getting locked in for Lai. And it's probably going to be maybe a speed lead ban or like a Sonia ban. We don't know about that just yet. So it depends on the last big damage dealer coming up from Eric B.
So Eric is down with the Leo pick.
Ooh, does he want to ban Sonia? He will not ban Sonia. He will ban a speed lead. Force the ban onto the Leo. If this Kovaci goes first, that is a very fast kill for Eric B.
I think this Kovarchi is on Swift, right? There's no way this is a Bio Kovarchi. So there we go. That's gonna be the attack buff for the entirety of the side of Eric B. Potential armor break incoming as well. I think we can see Sayonara towards this Oki.
And if you kill the Jäger with Sonya after this, the Jäger get a free attack buff from the Vanessa anyway that he can use to kill. But the Jäger is so far. He follow after the Kovashi as well. And not looking good for Lai. One unit down, but it's not over yet. He can kill the Bella with the Sonya here. And the Juno can take away all the buff as well. Oh my God! She has enough defense to deal with the Sonya as well. Look at that! Wow!
That's a trap Bella for Sonya. Anti-Sonya Bella, guys. Look at that. Man, the rune quality is so good.
He did it, man. Like, he deserved this win so much. The Jäger will focus down the Juno attack. The Jäger gonna take down the Sonya. 2v4. I think Jäger will take this one home for Eric B here. There's nothing much that Lai can do anymore. The Bella is still on stage. Wow.
Wow, man. Oh my God. I did not expect a anti-Sonya Bella over there. And you can see the damage output is also really decent, right? It's like almost 2.5 to 3k per hit. Man, what more can you ask for?
Yep, it's a very solid build. Bella with attack buff, very good auto attack, very good relic. This Jäger is on a violent build, funny enough. So the Jäger is not exactly as a solo unit as we thought. Juno is doing some good work, but there's another layer of attack buff coming out. And GG for Eric B. Oh my God, Eric B this year is a monster.
Yeah, Eric B is locked in, guys and girls. Oh my God, 3-0 in both of his series. Amazing.
Incredible performance by Eric B right there. Very proud. He usually doesn't make it far through the APAC prelim, but this year, I think he's going straight to the cup. He got the final to lock in.
Man, but the change of draft though, I really like Sunny. He whipped out a Bella. You know, I think he was already expecting maybe like a Sonya pick coming in from Lai somewhere along the lines. And then, yeah, bring in your Bella, which is anti-Sonya trap build. Man, that was so good to see.
Dude, when you're down one unit and your Sonya failed, that's gonna be a very crushing feeling. You thought, okay, I have a chance. I'm gonna kill the Bella. I'm gonna balance my draft, stabilize my draft here. Bam! It's a trap. Oh my God! You activate my trap card, Eric B. Incredible performance.
Yeah, 3-0 against Lai. And now we are gonna be heading over to the lower round 1, I believe. So,
oh my God. I just realized, looking at the replay right here, Lai went with accuracy lead instead of attack lead for his Sonya. He went with accuracy lead. He could have gone with the attack lead. Oh my God.
Oh, I didn't
crazy.
know that. He actually went for accuracy lead.
Yeah, wow. And he went for the Okeanos lead. I can't believe I'm seeing this right now. That is crazy, bruh. How did he do that? These misclick?
I mean, that might have been the difference maker, right? I mean, if he had maybe the extra 33% attack, he could have ignored the Bella. Who knows? It's a mystery at this point.
Maybe he thought the Juno and the She-Hulk wasn't very confident in stripping. But still.
Yeah, I mean, no one really
great.
opts for accuracy leader, you know.
Man, that is so crushing. So you thought you could come back. You go in with Sonya, you got trapped where you could have picked attack lead. Oh my God, crushing feeling. And
then there's still a Vanessa revive coming into play as well, you know. There's just so many layers.
Tough, man. Tough stuff. The Jäger was pretty fast though. I thought the Jäger wasn't going to move after the Kovachi because usually most of these She-Hulk are like ultra fast anyway, even without speed lead. So the Jäger actually moved together with the team. So that's pretty good speed tuning right there. And that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I think the speed tuning on that Jäger is like pretty insane, especially when Jäger is very stat hungry, right? You need 100% crit rate, you need crit damage, you need that amount of speed. I think is easily around like plus 180-ish bio.
Diligent.
And here we go. And Frank, this is going to be the first round of the lower bracket. This is their chance. Okay, everybody deserves a second chance. They do as well. But this is their last chance, Frank.
All right, so we're seeing Diligent opening up with the Kovarchi and the Oliver trying to contest for turn one. On the side of Frank, though, this guy, he loves to go for Erishon during the ladder climb. So he's going to be picking this one in.
Okay, we got Erashion getting picked up here. But is he going in with what is that? Okay, that is an anti-debuff unit, if I'm wrong? Or is it the light one that does the anti-debuff?
No, the light one
I
is
can't
the
remember.
The light one is the anti-debuff. This one,
Nào, boleh naon deui? Mungkin atuh. Saya mah makoli.
Monkey King. Okay.
I remember this unit is the one where he can like get. It's not gonna be banned out here. I think this will be probably the first time that we're seeing it in action, but man, no
Oh,
Dr. Plasma.
No doctor today, but Frank will get the Wunsa into the Heigang. So I think if his team is fast enough and the Eretion can actually push back with the skill 2, then he can do something about it.
Yeah, I think Frank might have this one locked in, right? So Wunsa will go for the third skill.
Oh, but the Eretion is kind of slow from what I can
Yeah,
see
a little
here.
bit slow though. Right,
Oh,
so
the
Anna
Yasna
gets
get a-
the checker. Yeah.
Yeah, she got a free shatter. She got a free skill 3 as well. That's the benefit of fighting with full LDs. Because is that there's no fire to stop it.
Yeah, the Erishon, I feel like it's just a little bit too slow, but big burst onto the Fire Tanjiro. Now, it's only all up to the Etna.
I think she might be able to pull it off, but she has to get another skill 3 though. So she will get another skill 2 here, unless the Han say no.
Oh wow, that's done.
Oh my
Okay.
god, the Han said no. Wait, that's GG. Frank
Yeah,
did
that's
it. He got cut by the Ethna. It did not matter, Craig.
no more damage dealers on the side of Diligent. I mean, yeah, you can capture one unit to death here. I guess you want to kill off the Han or the Dark Monkey, but how are you killing off the other remaining units?
Rồi thì chăng.
I think that is kind of GG unless this Kovaci go absolutely bonkers here and the Heigang never stops stunning. But if the Han get one more turn, it will be over.
Like, let's say this Han drops dead, right? There's gonna be heal on Kovarchi, and I don't think Ereshon and Wunsa cuts it.
Oh, but he did.
However,
he
I
did
beg to
cut the-
differ. The armor break now landed, and Han is moving.
Yeah, that's GG, bro. One stun right there, and it's instantly over. The Heigang is gonna go down. Kovaci get another skill 1, but I don't know about that. Frank, game 1.
Yeah, really good dropping coming up from Frank here. Knows the situation. He just needs to out. However, I felt like had a really decent chance to cut in between, do something aggressive towards Frank's drop, right? But did not happen.
All right,
Hands
round
up.
2. Here we go. Let's see if Diligent can find a way to deal with
Just gonna go for the stun
Ah,
onto the
ngelok panah
Okeanos.
sih,
Now start
tadi
and likely to be placed. Or do you try to disrupt the attack bar with the second skill?
Berapa lý cho anh ta?
Oh, a little free turn right there. It could lead to a wild moment. So here comes defense break coming out from the monkey and the fireball. If she crits all the time, he doesn't even need to crit all the time. He will kill the Okeanos with the skill 3 here.
He's putting it greedy though, going for the second skill, alright, but works out well for him. Now with this additional turn, I think he can start working onto the Lima too.
Very good damage. Missed one crit, so he couldn't finish off the Lima. Maybe the monkey can do the job.
Yeah, monkey needs to kill. Oh wow.
Barely made it, but no, he couldn't make it. He was almost right there, but the Lima is definitely not out of the woods just yet. More damage and that coming out from the monkey and the fire Bayak.
Man, that fire barrack hits so hard though. However, now Windstark might come into play. You know, the damage output is so good with all this AoE stuns coming in from the Okeanos as well. Start and end, and I think if this Windstark gets a couple of turns in, if the third skill, if the second skill is up again, he could potentially just cleave everything down.
That's true. Man, if he killed this, Lima is gonna be over much earlier, but Diligent found his footing, allowed the Windstar to do a bit of damage here, so the Windstar can just maybe pull some punches and pull some miracle. This is gonna be incredible.
Yeah, Lima here needs to get a Violent to lay out the slow debuff if she can, but unfortunately not able to do so. Windstark trying to kill off this Song Zhanglao, also very low on health now.
Oh, but here comes the Fire Bayak, the King of Violent. He did not get a Violent proc to heal one of his teammates. The Dark Monkey will finish on the Lima. Windstar is the last one for Diligent to rely on here. He needs to do something. He needs to get a turn to get a Violent proc, but no! The Windstar will be stunned by the Water Monkey.
So yeah, that's actually a really good silence coming off from Frank onto the Windstark as well, you know, when there's a wheel on the head, 50-50. Now Dark Monkey King will be able to apply the Summon Clouds. That's going to be big damage, and with this alter ego attack, I think the Windstark is dead.
And that's PG. Diligent down to his last support. Frank 2-0. Almost going to 3-0 Diligent here. Can he do it?
Man, from the looks of things, it's in the driver's seat. In terms of the drafting, I think Diligent went a little bit too passive with triple support-ish kind of thing. Yeah, just did not have enough juice to bring down these kind of Fire Bayak teams.
Man, the damage from the Fire Bayak and the support of the Dark Monkey is just way too strong. I think he has to ban the Dark Monkey at this point.
Yeah, I think you gotta respect that unit, right? If you're not picking it, I think you gotta remove it.
Here we go. Let's see if this pre-ban can save Diligent for a comeback here. What is it going to be? Both players have incredible box. They have so many units to rune, to play, to be flexible with. But you need to know exactly what the enemy is picking next and what have been giving you the most trouble.
Pretty sure these two players shares a lot of the same LD Nat 5s. So yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing a respect ban onto the Song Zhanglao, the Dark Monkey King, and Lima is also going to be removed.
So no more Lima, no more Dark Monkey King, two of the strongest unit in their own niche. Let's see how that is going to influence the strategy for these two players. And Frank is going to first pick Kovaci. Are we seeing an Eric B here?
Taking away the Kovaci from Diligent as well. Earlier, I think, yeah, Diligent went for it, right? So Kovaci might be a decent pick, but it kind of opens up something like Shiho to counter that unit.
Oh my God,
Oh my
Frank.
God.
Frank, what are you doing, buddy? First pick Misty. Is he trolling?
I'm not sure what he's cooking, but I'm all up for it, all right? So we're seeing the Sierra Kovaci actually giving Diligent that unit. So I think he has answers towards the draft.
Wow, we got some premium stuff here. Here is the Wedgeat and the Nyx getting picked up. Nyx going to be very annoying for Diligent. He can go Gianna, but the Nyx is definitely going to be there to stand in his way and piss him off. We got the Ella getting picked up. Maybe he's going to switch to a more raw damage dealer, maybe a Jagger in this situation.
Yeah, you guys seems fine, you know. You got the Kovaci with the attack buff. Gonna be good damage output. But so far, the Nyx seems like it needs some decent controls with it. So far, it's just like
This is like a raw damage unit, doesn't rely enjoy the attack of Kovaci, and it doesn't care too much about buff as well with the last hit ignoring defense doing some raw damage. We have a Daphnis getting picked up by Frank and a Fire Bite as well, looking like a Kovaci ban, and Frank has a Swift Nyx in plan.
yeah, it seems to me like it's gonna be a Kovaci ban, right? You remove the attack buff for entirety of the Legend side. So Wedjat also should be able to move first on the team.
Ooh, we got a Gojo. This is gonna be a very, very fast Gojo here. So are we seeing like a race? That would be fun though. Maybe a Ciara and Weja ban, and we see like a mini race here between Diligent and Frank for the first turn.
Yeah, I think one of the options here is to just remove the speed leads, but Wedja is gonna be gone. Same goes for this Kovarchi. We'll see whether this Nyx is a Swift build though.
Bro, if that Death is on some Nem Trap build, I would laugh all the way until the next match, bro. That'd be so funny. Here we go.
I don't think it's a Nam trap. It's a little bit too fast, right?
Hmm. Oh.
Yeah,
But
it's not.
nothing is on Nem, but can he land the bomb though?
Oh, goodbye, Daphnis.
It's kind of funny that he missed the dot and still gave the attack ball to the Nyx team. So we have the Firebag cutting in between here to do some damage.
Yeah, I think Firebite just needs to try to kill off the Sierra. That's so much damage done. Now Ella is able to provide the Sierra another bomb. Let's see
Wow,
whether
that
she
is-
can land it.
That's so much damage from the Firebag. Being able to land the early death rate changed everything. And once again, she missed the dot to land the bomb. This player from Diligent is very diligent.
Wow, but man, this team with the Ella is so strong. Like, you literally, you get one bomb in, you kill one unit, Ella boosts up the Sierra again, and then you got the follow through with another bomb, and the Dominic is just there for free reign. So much damage.
Okay, the champion's back, baby. Look at that Ciara. She went pretty crazy. But the Frank's draft, I don't know about that, man. That was kind of weird. I definitely did not think that was a good draft, though.
Yeah, I think the Nyx seems a little bit out of place where you're not benefiting from the passive that much in terms of landing debuffs on the opponent's side, right? It's all like single target kind of thing, mixing with the Nyx. A little bit weird.
Okay, Diligent, let's see. What are you going to do here? We have the Kovaci first pick. Is Frank going in with some silly first pick once again? Or is he actually locking in for this one?
Yeah, I think the Misty first pick is a little bit sus, right? Yeah, you open up like so many counters for Diligent to just play around. So this time he's gonna go for the Wedjat as well as this Okeanos, getting a little bit more aggressive with these two picks.
Yo, this is kind of like an Eric B special here with a wedge at Okeanos early pick. Respond with a Shiho and maybe a Ciara here that land bomb flawlessly in the previous round. But let's go with the Oliver instead.
But Josephine makes a lot of sense here. There's gonna be the stuns coming in from Shiho. I don't think is planning to ban off that unit yet. So still thinking, going for the Heigang instead and bringing in the Windstark for more damage output.
It's like Eric B, but you don't have the Dark Indra, so you gotta settle for the win instead. But
Yeah.
regardless, kind of similar vibe. We've got like the Bruiser AoE cleave kind of thing. So Diligent, I think he can go for a strong fire, and that's gonna be the Douglas getting picked up by Diligent. Could be a Juno as well. take care of the threat state so that the Jäger can finally finish off the Okeanos. But he can also kill the Windstorm. He can kill the Windstorm. Maybe this time he's gonna find his true calling with a draft here and turn
shot kill. Yodayo here, after opening up with the Sierra and Hagen, going a little bit on the pivot with turn 2. So we might actually see a Dyna picked in. Yeah, Dyna seems pretty solid here.
And we have a Diana last pick coming out from Yudayo. That's going to be great against the Chow. So the Chow might stay on the
Dạ,
field.
sắp giao.
I think we might be seeing a Kaviva or Kobachi ban here to take out that
Tunggu, udah angkat, sudah.
especially with
Masang
Mr.
nol
Chow.
oli dah.
Positif tuh.
Might get sniped.
Ah,
Without
oh,
taking
itu sebelah
what
kalinya.
kind of you are using.
Because most of the time,
Iya, kan live.
what kind
Ini
of
udah angkat tuh.
players are running. Like it could be
Live YouTube.
100% res,
Iya reaction ke
making
Oh,
sure
iya.
you're
Iya.
not like
tadi saya
and then you can just
Ban.
reaction dia
Jangan
nonton.
kecocokan lu, dia bukan yang-
Kayak watching.
Doing anything
Itu ke live itu ke kompetisi.
So we get another.
Mas loba ya nak sebenarnya.
Nggak, letik tulisan.
A lot
Seperti
today.
kayaknya mah dia.
yeah, I mean like
Nah,
Diana
sebenarnya.
moving first when
Keren.
there's Hagen in the
Dek.
you know, as
Tadi
well.
suntik
Not
sudah
even
batur.
small,
Ya, batu mah
you
disaruh.
can't
Nah.
open
Dek.
gun.
Memang aja di hanap.
Dek.
It's just
Ninja.
because you do not want your opponent to take away the
All right, Yudayo taking the lead here. Arrow not be so hard.
Ente
He
tim
might
top.
need to find his find a different draft here.
Itu nak kena seks nanti oli
To
jalan.
work
Oli ya
against
tahu.
Yudayo.
Lain oli
This
yang
Kobachi.
sini mah oli
Oh,
sebaik.
gardan. Dari itu.
yeah, I think
Sungai punya
Kobachi
kalapa
has
tuh
been
bisa
a little
aja.
bit lackluster here. I don't think we're
Bukan
gonna
naon
see
aja orang,
event
bisnis naon ya.
here. Also, it's gonna be
Kayaknya
the Jaeger
ganti
and
banyak, Rok.
Rochelle.
Ganti banyak.
Time.
Hancur.
And Yodayo might actually
Anjing ban warna oge soek dik.
away.
Oh anjing. Aduh cah itu.
Paksa.
Jadi emang iya pang iya kan cantik pang akalan tuh ya akalan tuh.
Sierra
Pang
first pick
cuman
coming
itu
out
nah
from
gua.
Yudayo. We
Ranting.
have the
Lain maksudnya
Kobachi once again.
di
Correct.
lisan itu.
It's still
Oh,
working though.
nya di
Does he have
sana.
to switch to a different unit? If he picks up Okeanos again, maybe?
I think instead of Okeanos, maybe you go for
Tuh belah itu sok.
right? I think
Soek
those
belah
are
itu di
both 10
padang
and 10.
anjing.
But Ever is switching
Baiklah
it
cah
up
itu.
towards the Gianna
Emang kudu meuli bahan bener.
Tuh tahu sudah tahu.
Alright,
Nah,
so
udah
we
jadi
have
apa
the
ya? Tahu
we
kan?
have the
Terus bilang nah geus di tahun 2000 seberapa? 18
going to the other side.
Genep
this
tahun
time
berarti.
around.
6 tahun.
Motornya jangan dipakai mah.
Instead
Atau
of
apa?
Arrow. So Sierra
paling
Kobachi again,
antar
very very
jemput
solid.
unggul.
Tapi cek dur gitu.
With the Gianna,
Motor mah
Mojo.
profit
Both
mah
are kind of
mengerahkan.
soft counter by the Hagen a little bit now.
Yeah, Tiana also soft counters your team a little bit with passive, and we'll see what Yodayo brings to the table here at the end. All right, so you got the Kovaci for attack buff. You're going to go a little bit aggressive. What else do you fit in here at the end? Meiho Wang. I mean, all this kind of fire decent
Jangan
bruiser
terlalu
damage
main.
too.
Eta na PPKB na lo.
He's
Kung
thinking
yung
that Douglas
stand
knowing Gianna can beat it and the last pick it as
Tahun
well.
2000
But he's doing it. I think he is betting
Kemarin pas
on Gianna
pemutihan pada
knowing
wadah
the
dia
last
tuh yang
pick
ngisi
that
kan.
Arrow will bring in. So I think Arrow
Orang
can
pemutihan.
be
Oh,
maybe
Loba pisan.
Mau ngomong terima kudu make orang Jawa tuh.
He brings in the Chow. I think it's gonna be like force fan. Definitely the Frederica is
Surat mah lengkapnya.
the
Surat mah lengkap.
download nemesis.
Jangan kayak dari ini.
Hari tak kan pernah benang gitu.
Oh.
Merupakan motor bodong.
Ya.
We got a
Kantor
Teo
polisi.
and we say goodbye to the
Bawa
Teo.
BPKB
So the
na
Teo
ayo.
band, we got the Hey Gang band
Lumayan
here.
terus setengah anjing.
I think the Daya knows
Terus di masa 100.
Karena ada dibawa ke ditu ke kantor.
the
Kantor polisi.
light Gojo on Arrow might
Motor
not be
orang
as good.
dihujankeun di ieu keun. Aduh anjing
I don't
poe
see how you
anjing.
Tapi bana halus kayaknya tukangnya. Tapi kan.
unless
Ah,
you just normal
2016.
attack. I mean, like single target hit, you have to rely on your bomb damage to kill off that hero. Which is
Nanti Chromatic tuh,
likely,
di jam.
it's just gonna be cleansed up when you
Tenang,
use
Oh,
skill.
borosnya berarti.
Wow. Is it like did Yudaya just go attack lead? He went in with the Douglas solo angle.
Yang nu kieu mah teu udah
Yeah, he
motor
is putting
ini.
all his money on the Douglas
Sepatnya mah udah.
going right here.
Sida motor
I
injeksi.
know kind of crazy, but not that crazy. But the fact
Yeah, now Eric can't even use the area attack. He does not want to wake this Douglas up just in case. And there's gonna be a snipey snipe coming in from this Frederica. 48,000 onto the Gianna.
all right, you know what? I think Yodayo can go for a toilet break and comes back to a W, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Bang farming eta keur farming.
Kompetisi ke diadu ya. Asia, wilayah Asia
You
Pasifik.
need to wait for a certain amount of time. Like turns.
Oh my
Sudah memboncernya baru
God. He
tutup.
missed the Federica. I think if he didn't miss the
Iya
Federica,
penontonnya.
Arrow would have won, but he missed.
Kayak
So now the
ngesti
game
kualifikasi,
is so
eliminasi ya. Diadung
I
ke di
think the
Korea.
bomb might
Oh, di
kill
Korea.
them. Why do you
Live
think the bomb would not
Korea
kill
mah.
them?
I don't think this bomb is enough though.
Like,
We'll see about that
I think
because
to do-
Gianna's bomb is only around like 10 to 11,000.
Nah, maybe this Yana died to 48k. Maybe this bomb would do maybe 50k.
Kebayang nu meta tanya dua nana
And
bisa
that is almost
one
all
shoot.
Douglas HP. And then
Ini mau
you
bareng.
have like a solid triple hit from Tian Line to finish.
Tapi ya si Gojo lagi.
Just holding on towards the light Gojo and the Tianlang's second skill. Really good multi-hit damage in. So it's just waiting to see how much damage this bomb does on the Douglas.
Remember, guys, Douglas only counter attack 50% attack maximum if he's not dealing with a wind guy. So technically, the light unit can still do very good damage onto Douglas without doing the glancing hit.
Yeah, the Overchi is going to know my effect here to kill.
My God, am I seeing a Douglas follow? Am I seeing a Douglas SWC 2026? This is unbelievable.
Arif has the damage output here. He's so afraid to even use the AoE attacks now with the two light units.
Dude, you need to stand. You need to make the Oliver die.
Drop
Like
to
Oliver needs to
13,
die.
eh.
Stop standing there. Oliver has to die. Stop doing that. Oliver, you need to die right now. You need to make the Oliver die like 20 turns ago.
12.
Yeah, man.
Because Oliver is a cleanser for Douglas now. He's a
Oh,
unit.
Bisa mau awewe saha pemajikan
There's no
apa
way, there's no way.
Oh, calon orang mana? Ada
Eta anakna ieu.
Oh my God.
Tukang cai baheula
Douglas
teh.
solo.
Anu
Arrow.
Silina.
Yo,
tukang
Dario.
cai geuningan
What
apa?
are you guys doing here? Am I really watching
Udah.
SBC right now?
Saha eta tadi anu didinya tadi?
Man, I really love this
Tukang
Douglas
kayu
pick,
baheula
guys.
gitu ya?
And it's
Heeh,
it was
anu
the first
deket
time I
kontrakan si
think
Agus
I
Hanu Hadita.
ever felt like actually killed off the
Oh, bukannya
Douglas.
Silina?
Because it was so
Jadi
clear
ngarang
cut
tak
that
apa udah
whenever
ya,
he
jenis
picked
nembung
the
nak kiri wheel
and once
mana?
pick whatever was the unit you can
Udah
control,
tahu ini.
a TR you can throw things like Chow, it's just gonna be forced bad. And your other four units, they just don't have
Terus bilang orang tekan
to
itu
bring down
jarang kali itu.
He got kind
Oh,
of
bukannya
unlucky.
Silina
Like,
sih,
if the Gianna stunned Federica, it would have been a different story.
Buat tukang cai mau tukang press cai.
Ah, eta tukang ieu geuning cocokan dengan baheula
Oh,
bos.
Silina, kawinnya Silina.
Anak bungsuna gitu ting sa.
Oh, itu Silina berarti
The
nasi kali
moment
Silina
Oliver stay
bukannya.
alive at the end game is over because Oliver
Anak nangis kita Malaysia
that
nak.
point, it's auto heal.
Oh.
The healing potion for Douglas too.
Kawin ko na kawin
Yeah,
paksa.
and also
Nah.
one thing you mentioned, the mist stun onto
Minum bapak
the
si
Frederica,
Bisu
right?
well.
I think that
Lain
opens
ku.
up the.
Oh, dong kita buka bapak ya. Tahu berarti lain
It's not
si Lina
just gonna
berarti.
be like a couple of bombs
Lain baheula
landed
na
onto the
gitu.
target.
Oh, ini
Ini
kawin
kawin
paksa.
ini kawin paksa aja jadi
Yeah, I
kanjeng
think the
mah
bomb did
ayam
about
aduh.
65
Sama ada
and then
benar
he
main
killed
dia.
Douglas. So 2 bomb was definitely
Biasa
gonna be
zaman
enough.
kari itu mah
But
main
he never had a
jodoh-jodoh
chance
tunggal.
on the second bomb.
Rek manjang
Federica
itu ku
doing
mangke.
40K. Diana, very solid play on the Federica as well. And the team line didn't even attempt to stun the Federica because of the Douglas in between. Because if he AoE, he's gonna cleanse the bomb on Douglas, so that's gonna be pretty rough as well. But I think if he attempt to stun, that's gonna be maybe a different story. I don't know.
Yeah, probably gotta risk it for the biscuit, right? So for this match, though, we are seeing the Sierra Gianna Gianna once again coming out from error, which has not been working out for him. This time he's fitting in the Song Zhang Lao as well. On the other hand, we are seeing a Cigar Vanessa. But this combo back in the day is quite solid.
But he definitely need a strong follow-up and someone to put out some slow debuff here. But he went with 2 speed contesting unit. I thought he was going for some sort of A gang situation, but no. We have Yon Hong and Shiho, so that's gonna fully lock down the Gianna. Gianna shouldn't be a problem anymore. So Arrow can actually go with sort of a passive counterplay, but he's going in with Oliver and Etna. So I think Etna is going to fit. And here, if Uraya pick another speed lead,
You just need to go for another speed leader, right? You're definitely gonna get first turn either with the Yon Hong or the Shiho if you're banning off the Anna.
all right, we got the Fire Megami locked in here. So I think there's going to be an easy Ethna ban. Yurayu has 2 speed contesting unit. So I think Era has to ban out the Cigar here if you want to have a chance.
Yeah, Sagar looks really solid here. I think once that pushback provoke is landed, yeah, Era's team is just gonna drop like flies. Really squishy units all around, and they don't have good sustains.
Ooh, he does again.
it's looking rough for your end. So we'll see about that, alright? Shiho will move first, gets the big stun onto Gianna, and there's nothing much the Song Zhang Lao can do here apart from trying to strip one.
Oh no, that's an oh no. Is it over? He almost had a
Okay.
chance. He almost had a chance, but the Son Zhang Lao did an oopsie whoopsie right there.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to come back from this. Even if you resist, yeah, you might place a bomb here, which Vanessa, that's not the unit you want to kill off as well.
So we have the on the he missed the provoke on the pushback a little bit, but he did land the to the Son Zhang Lao. So even if he violent proc, it wouldn't really matter. And the Gianna is being rolled by. Oh wait, hold up.
Gianna's still surviving.
The Gianna has skill 3 available. Oliver is trying to bring the game back for Era right there. So if Gianna gets to skill 2 and skill 3, or maybe not.
Oh, no. Yeah, Gianna getting controlled up by the all or nothing from the Song Zhang Lao. Another additional turn to secure. Oh, he's not securing the kill onto the Gianna. That is so risky, by the way.
Oh, but we're not able to do a whole lot right there. Cigar is about to move to finish up the Gianna. The Alter Ego is going to go on to the Ciara to do more damage here.
Yeah, I mean, if that Gianna got a violent proc there, and it's all because you don't finish off your meal, your prey over there, things gonna went really south for your guy, you know, when the bomb and the strip.
This Fire Megami was going like 2 turn every turn. Now he resists the bomb stun as well. So it's looking really, really bad for the Shiho getting another skill 1 stun onto his brother. And Sonzala hasn't proc a single violent yet after missing the strip in the first turn. So Era, luck diff, draft diff, not much he can do about it. And I think it's kind of GG here. Oh, his first violent proc. Can he do something? But Shiho is about to skill 3 again, though, Craig.
Yeah, there's no skill tree or anytime soon, right? I mean, the monkey is just gonna be dying really soon from the Shiho. Now, even armor break is applied onto the Oliver as well. Oh, 2 turns once again from this Vanessa. This Vanessa hits hard.
And GG, Yodayo took down Arrow 3-0 without breaking a single sweat. May even fell asleep in one of the game right there. The Douglas actually won the game, but anyway, he won 3-0. Too easy. Moving on to the round two of the lower bracket.
A really good showcase of drafting and yeah, very solid coming out from Yodayo.
And we say goodbye to Arrow together with he will not be making it any further in the SWC 2026 journey. Hopefully, in the future, hopefully I still get to see Diligent in Korea. I don't know. Maybe they invite ex world champion for like a trip or something. That'd be very very cool.
Probably right. I think most of the time they Korea for Seoul, during November it's gonna be winter as well. It's gonna be fun.
And that is it for the second part of the stream. We just closed the semi-final for the upper bracket. We finished the round one for the lower bracket. These are the result between Yodayo and Arrow. One of them is going to be a Douglas solo win. Absolutely incredible showcase of Douglas. So next up, I think we're going to check out the lower bracket round two, as well as the upper final. After the break here, after the highlight as well, we're going to be seeing Frank. We're going to see Lai once again. Yodayo is going to try against Lava, who beat Diligent. So both that's going to be tough because Lava is the one that beat Diligent the emblem is going to be used in the emblem road event, so you can collect LD scrolls, SWC scrolls. to be banned. She has not been picked at all. But we are seeing Elena Okeanos.
Yeah, I think Alina opening here is really solid because most of the time Velasquez are quite slow, so you can try to capitalize on the speed coming out from Lai's end here. Do we see things like Christina, the standard Carlos kind of thing? Oh, he's trying to
Wait,
fight speed now.
wait, it is a Velasca, but mixed with CC. Usually you see Christina, as Cray mentioned, we see Christina, we see Carlos to have like even bigger damage, more cut in between mechanic. Is very, very cool team concept. But Lai's going in with a mix of CC, and Frank is rocking the Smicer. Okay.
This Smicer pick though, I mean like it's gonna be a little bit random in terms of the and also the silence, but if you can get the 2-turn silence on the things like Oliver, the Velasca, they're not gonna be doing that much in the field.
And for the last pick over there to deal with the Smicer, we got the win Nobara getting picked up
Jika
right
nama
there.
kan, jika namanya
So one
Bawel
part suddenly
ngokop
Frank
anak
team
buah
is
itu Korea
almost
kata.
dead. He doesn't have a
Mana
lot of
dari
healing in
menjatuhkan
there as
saya
well.
aja.
So we have the Nobara and Juno. Somehow we have a Velasca first pick, but a very normal team after that.
Yeah, very interesting job coming out from Lai. So Frank is gonna go for this fire by X, right? And try to get some heals, single target, decent damage output coming in from this unit. But I feel like with all the passives coming out from Lai's end, seems to me like it's gonna be an Alina ban.
Is it going to be
Oh,
an
wait,
Elena
no.
ban? It will be a Fire Bayak ban and a Nobara ban. I count to see if this Velasca is going to be actually effective or a burden to the team.
Oh man, the Oblivion is gonna be so good over here. So we'll see the Shiho whether he can get the damage in. Maybe he wants to disrupt the Okeanos first. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Make sure this unit moves in front of everybody else.
It seems like a very typical Velasca, right? Slow, tanky, got resetted, so she's going to use this for a while here. But this Okeanos is
Oh, no.
definitely getting focused by the enemy. So if Oki dies, Velasca get a bit of free bar in between, and she will try to get her skill 2 back as soon as possible.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a really huge strip, but Heigang not able to strip the monkey, but it's okay. There's another stripper in the form of the Alina not getting the Oblivion.
Yeah, that is a very, very bad move from Elena. Missing the Oblivion is huge. You need to keep this Juno in check because Juno is doing so much damage and is sparing the entire enemy team up there as well. So this is a very good window for Lai to turn the game around.
this point of the drop. Do you pivot into turn 2? Yeah, kinda a little bit with this wind start. It does have really good damage output. What else can you pair it with? Alright, we are seeing the Misty.
Oh, that's a little bit too greedy from light draft, in my opinion. A lot of damage dealer, not a whole lot of healing and cleansing right there. When you know that there are 2 more draft turn from Frank, and the first one is going to be Layla with a slow debuff, and both the Bella and the Windstar can be CC, so Misty is the only one dodging the stun right there. But going with Okeanos, I think I'm not too sure. I might prefer like an Annabelle so that you have a
Yeah.
decent mix of like healing instead.
Yeah, I think Annabelle will be a little bit better, but I mean, at the end of the day, you got the AoE armor break potentially coming in from the Song Sang Lao here. So Frank, I think, is just very complacent to just remove the Seimei. You do not want that when you're especially running a Layla in the field.
All right, guys, that's gonna be an easy Seimei ban. We got the Dark Monkey ban. Frank will have damage, slow, pushback, a lot of stuff against Lai. Lai is a pretty greedy pick in my opinion, but it is Summoner, so you never know what happens.
Yeah, the alter ego attack gets on this time onto the Bella, and here comes the ghost. Couple of silences landed on the right unit.
But not the slow debuff though. He needs the slow desperately, and the only one that got slow is Vanessa. How is that even fair? What is that? You kidding me right now? This Layla didn't let a single slow on one of these DPS units.
Yeah, I mean, Layla, technically, you shouldn't be landing the slow debuff on a fire unit. You should be landing it onto everyone else, which is really funny to see sometimes.
Oh my god,
Oh my
Violent
God.
Procs from the Bella. This is so overwound for Frank right there. Frank unit
Win
is
lagi.
just, what are they made out of, man?
Yeah, the Frank's units are not waking up yet. There's really good damage output from the Misty so early on already. So I think here you kind of need to reset the start. Oh man, okay, he's got to go for the Vanessa instead.
Can he get the kill? He's going in. Big stun though. Very good stun, especially
Wow.
on the Windstar as well. So he can actually do the damage onto the Bella and trying to finish it off right here. And also block the Vanessa from getting revived back. So that's a good turn for Frank.
Yeah, so really nice pushback onto the Misty as well. Layla does have the skill coming in. So this time, can she land the slow debuff? Finally.
And she did, Cray. And I think we are seeing the result of drafting very greedy is that you have a lot of damage, but you gotta move to get your damage out. And even if you're immune to stun or you gain attack power all the time in between, there are ways to control this situation so that your annoying passive damage bruiser unit cannot get a proper turn.
Yeah, this Windstar is getting resetted left and right with all these debuffs on his head. It's just gonna be dropping dead. Same goes for this Vanessa's outcome, alright? So 1-1.
Frank getting his revenge right there. So I'm not sure the live draft. We're gonna see something better in the next round.
Yeah, maybe fitting in something like a Jaeger in between, you know, to draw a little bit of aggression with the threat state. Need
Because
some
I'm
sort
pretty
of
sure
healer
these players have all the unit in the world to not draft greedy, I think, because they have so many LDs, they have all the right RGB. The stuff they can do with their box is wow.
Yeah, of course, they also have the runes to back everything up as well. So you can see actually a really interesting Velasca pre-ban coming out from Frank earlier. This time, what do you want to remove though?
I think it might be a Dark Monkey Seimei pre-ban. It's like they are testing each other LD here, but it's gonna be a Shiho and a Wunsa pre-ban coming off these two players. No more Shiho to fight my turn one. So maybe Lai is planning to go for some sort of 100 base strong opener, like secret Kovashi kind of thing.
I think with this wound sub ban, it means that he kind of wants to go for some CC cleave or some big single target nuke. Opening up very interesting on the side of Frank though. Wedjat.
Oh, we are whipping out the Eric B special here with a wedge at Okeanos. So he in the last game he went in with the Windstar to replace the Dark Indra that we usually see. Let's see if Lai will steal the Windstar away from Frank.
Definitely an option here. I don't think he's gonna be bringing in the Bella again. Bella didn't really do that much earlier. However, he's still sticking towards his though. I think needs a little bit of a heal supportive unit with it.
I don't know about the Abellio though. Abellio late pick, 4th, 5th pick, very good. Abellio in the 3rd pick, when you haven't even seen a Layla yet. I don't know about that. All right, I don't know about that. We even got a premium Layla with the Dark Monkey King here to have anti-cleanse on the Abellio. And once again, I feel like Lai is drafting a little bit too greedy. And it's like last game, right? You ban Seimei, this game you ban the Abellio, and Frank can go for a crazy Alavel, and it will instantly destroy, go even crazier with the Water Indra.
Yeah, this is looking really for Lai because I think if the Abellio is banned out, nothing is contesting for turn 1. You're just gonna be eating the Laura's damage, the armor breaks from the monkey, the Okeanos stuns. I mean, like the Okeanos 3rd skill damage. You don't really care about the stuns. The damage output is gonna be so good on it.
I think it's gonna be like a Abellio and Dark Monkey ban here to reduce the damage coming out from Frank's team. And Lai was trying to survive. He let the monkey and the Okeano. Oh, but he got the Abellio, but Abellio will be stunned and anti-cleansed by the monkey though, unless he get a violent prop.
Yeah, and also maybe a coming in from this Okeano. So we'll see about that. Laura has to go for the Light Gun.
She got everything correct. Got everything. Here comes the Dark Monkey follow-up with the Okeanos as well.
Hi.
I think here you go for the reset first though. On the Abellio.
Send it. Whoa.
No, there we go.
He sent it. Oh my god. You can't even heal. You can't even do anything.
Oh man, that violent proc was calculated right there. But he needed to reset to basically reduce all the HP on this side. So no heals. And I think everything is just gonna be dropping dead soon.
Yep, and a lot of the units are already below the 30% threshold, so Abellio cannot get free turn in between. They will drop. Oh my god. The king of the sea, Okeanos, taking down everybody, just hitting the Misty for fun at this point, because why didn't he? Like, he didn't even need to do that. He just killed Bella, he killed the Abellio, and he took his time with the Misty. But he's just like, I'll let the Abellio get a turn, I guess. And that's GG. Frank completely cleaved Lai in one single turn.
Wow, that was amazing stuff coming up from Frank. Very good drafting once again. And I felt like that Abellio was a tad bit too early.
I'm not too sure, man. Very greedy draft from Lai, back to back here. Looking not so hot right now. Frank is getting a lot of good draft through with how bad Lai draft is, I'll be honest.
So yeah, this time you're gonna be seeing the Dark Monkey King pre-ban, and Frank is actually removing the Lima.
All right, Lai without the Lima, so it's just Ma now. Oh, we got a Kovaci first pick here, Craig, which means it's gonna be a serious snipe team potentially.
Yeah, I think we are gonna be seeing some sort of Sierra together with it, unless Light takes that unit away. Right, so we'll see what he plans to do here. I don't think the Vanessa Bella has been working out, so changing his options towards the Oliver and Okeanos.
Okay, we're seeing a bit more serious from Lai here with the Oliver Okeanos. Vanessa getting picked up. We might even see a Jaeger in the 3rd slot here to counter the Oliver Okeanos.
I think Jaeger makes a lot of sense here with the Vanessa as well. Oh. Right, Julian.
I haven't seen this in quite some time, but an early Julian will signal enemy to go for some Layla anti-cleanse action here. So I hope this Julian is ready.
I think Light needs to go for some anti-cleanse. So he's opting for a Viva Shell instead and a Gurkha.
Ooh, a Gurkha? No, it's going to be a Dark Star Viva Shell, the Nicholas combo that didn't really do a whole lot in the APAC Group A. So let's see if Lai can actually pull here with the Viva and Darkstar combination. Over there, Frank is like a very simple team concept with attack buff, strip defense break into big damage.
The Vanessa Julian combo seems really scary now, and Layla will be fitted in here to provide more controls with the slow debuff, silence, and whatnot. Laura also the same.
So if you ban out Julian, Frank is gonna be heavily reliant on his CC. So maybe Lion is gonna go for that angle and picked up an anti-CC unit, but he's gonna go with a generic Gianna here. Can't go wrong with a Gianna, always a good option, especially when there's no Heigang on the field. And here we go. Is it Gianna Darkstar Viva or the Order 3 Light Nat 5?
I mean, Frank might be a little bit afraid of this Viva being on Swift, so I guess you remove the high base speed unit. Oh, but he's gonna go for the Gianna instead.
So Frank will get Kobachi and Strip and Dash. I think Lai Okeanos might get turn 1 here.
Yeah, we'll see how fast this Laura is actually. Because most of the time Laura is on bio. Maybe the Kobachi moves first. There we go.
Oh no, that's bad news for Lai, because we're gonna have to see a Laura into a Juliet into a Layla going absolutely crazy here. Big damage coming out. Layla with the skill 2. And we're gonna slow, we're gonna silence on 2 CC unit, but we missed the Viva altogether.
Wow, the Viva Shell resisted everything, and however, Okeanos just got deleted right there and then. But there's a potential for a swap to the Laura here. Do you do it though?
So, I am. You know what, Craig? I have no comment. Okay, you go ahead. You say whatever you want to say.
I think Light forgot that Julian had passive, right? That doesn't die.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I have no idea what just happened right there. A free violent proc, I guess. Like, okay, take that turn. Wait, hello?
I want to get hit by your your damage, you know?
Yeah, I guess I'll die. You know the situation. And Julian didn't violent proc the first turn, so Light felt bad and gave Frank the additional turn instead. And the Julian definitely did not die for the Darkstar damage, obviously, and managed to finish off the Darkstar for free. And I think that's pretty much over. Frank will take this game and move on to the next round of the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, the moment he actually swapped Julian, I was like, what? It can't be right? I mean, maybe a little bit of brain fart moment here where he forgot that Julian, maybe he didn't fought Julian for so long that he forgot about the passive.
We go with that, Craig.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the real reason, okay? We will never know, but Frank will be moving on to the next round of SWC 2026. And I think he started at the lower part of the lower bracket. So he might have a crazy comeback story. You never know.
Yeah, he's actually going up the ranks, you know, he's winning all of his matches. He lost his first quarterfinal match, and then, yeah, from the lower bracket all the way. So far, so good for...
So that's Frank's match right there. So I think the next one is going to be between Lava and Ayo.
Oh man, Lava has been performing superbly well. Of course, earlier he was up against Yin Hong, right? Yin Hong is one of those players where, like I said, really tough to beat. So understandable that he's falling back into the lower bracket here. Yodayo, however, do we see a really good run in this tournament?
Yeah, Yodayo did pretty well in against Arrow just now. So I hope he's going to continue his good streak. Both players are really strong. I think Lava is more of an RGB drafter, so watching these players can allow us to maybe learn a bit more about how to draft our own meta unit if you own those units. Because having the Fire Megumi, having the Oliver Okeanos, the Windstar doesn't mean you automatically just win the game. Having the unit is only like the first step of the story, and where to draft, how to use them is going to be even more of a learning curve.
Yeah, and also the placement of your drafting, right? Like you cannot bring certain units too early, things like that. And so far in terms of Group B, right, we have been seeing so many Kobachis. I believe in Group A in the Thailand, Vietnam region, it was more towards Secret as the attack bar booster kind of thing. So different meta in every region.
Yeah, I think every region has a slightly different way to go about their draft. A lot of different kind of unit gets stolen. Like China was a lot of LD, and then we
Yeah.
have a lot of secret somehow yesterday, or Sharion in there. Korea was entirely different meta altogether. So it's very cool to see, and it's the when they clash in the regional cup, it's gonna be even more interesting.
Yeah, so here we go. We're gonna be having the lower round two. Yodayo up against Lavar.
Oh, speaking of secret, Craig, we have a secret and Hagan getting first pick by Yudayo. Are we seeing El Sharion?
We might though, but this time the secret is not paired up with the Fire Megumi, so falling back a little bit into a Heigang, which is rather interesting. So Lavar is gonna bring in his own segment, try to reset something off on turn one, maybe even a She-Wolf or
Oh, there's
Annabelle.
the
Yeah, something.
Annabelle.
What?
Oh, but he's switching, Craig. He's switching to a. Wait, that is like the meta from like 3 years ago or something. The Chandra cigar, but this time with the secret. This was like one of the play from EU Nef special. Very, very strong take on the usual Chandra cigar. Pairing it with the secret to get a lot of value for the skill. One of these units are very strong as well. And the quick reduction for the cigar is incredible.
Yeah, and Yodayo also, I mean, like, Sigrid, Heigang, and Chandra, this pairing together with the Eleanor is really strong, by the way. So, do we see him fitting in something like a light horse? You know, you'll be able to benefit a lot with the Heigang's passive.
Oh, what's up with the Leo though? Like the Leo pick just kind of shocked me a little bit. Like usually you have like certain elemental counter to these things, and you go towards that. Like oh, I love debuff. You got a Juno somewhere in between. Like just oh, I'm gonna go Leo. You don't have Sonia. You don't have Asher. I'm just gonna go Leo. Like really?
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. Are you expecting the secret to be off wheel, maybe? Who knows?
I don't know. Like he's using like slow debuff as well, and with Leo, he lost the value of the slow debuff. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure how the Leo is gonna fit into the equation here.
Yeah, I mean, he contradicted himself with Annabelle's third skill, right? With his Leo pick. But yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Most importantly, he needs to land the armor break later on. So Segmet will be able to go for the reset onto the Sagar, and he gets it.
All right, Cigar not looking so hot at the moment, but with the skill and secret, Cigar will maybe get a bit of speed out back. Oh, not sending it just yet. He's waiting. to counter the She-Hulk right there because you can steal the invincibility. But it feels like your Dio team is lacking a bit of damage, I think.
I mean, you do have bomb damage, and if eventually your Hathor, you put everybody to sleep for 2 turns, you get the Oblivion off onto either one of those passive units. I think it could be just enough.
All right, last big Chow, very solid unit. It's going to be annoying for Yudaya to deal with. Are we seeing a Gianna ban or a Hathor ban here? We have a Hathor ban, a Xiao ban, so Lava gets to keep his Hagen to counter the Gianna. And if he can shut down the Shizuka with Oliver, I think Lava might have this one in the bag.
Yeah, looks like it's leaning towards Lava over here because even if your Gianna gets a straight stun, Heigang's passive is gonna come into play. So Gianna can't even do much here on turn 1 apart from putting a bomb.
Shizuka get a turn because of Rakuni somehow, but there's not much value for Shizuka to do here. So she's gonna go for the skill 1 and somehow manage to get a pushback onto the finals game.
Yeah, I think you can only normal attack again. Kinda, or do you just want to send it? You pray for some RNG resistance later coming out from your team, right? So going for the strip stun, Heigang needs to get the strip in.
Oh, again, missed the Shizuka, but she could only use skill 3, so maybe that's not too important. And now the final skill is gonna start going crazy. A very solid damage and the violent price as well to focus down the Fire Megumi.
Wow, that fire Inosuke is actually hitting really hard. So Rakuni might actually solo heal this kind of teams here, getting another big stun onto the Oliver.
The lack of defense like really show here because the final escape could have killed maybe a unit here and there, but not having any defense break in your team just stopped this unit from going a bit too crazy.
I mean, we've seen yesterday the Fire Inosuke Annabelle combo is really strong. So getting another big stun onto the Fire Inosuke, the Fire Megumi here, and there's gonna be another round of Alter Ego attack. Do you work onto the right?
Oh, the constant control from Lava is really good though. He lacks in damage. He's trying to make up with control, and that's doing really, really well for Lava. He takes down the Fire Megumi, and the other unit on the team just cannot do anything with Oliver and Shio control.
Yeah, the Fire Inosuke is just cutting everybody up to shreds, alright? So all or nothing getting a double stun. Well, it's looking really rough for Yodayo, and I think this one, there's no way to kill up the Fire Inosuke from here on out.
And Lava would take game 2 away from Yodayo, doing really well, showing why he's the one to beat the world champion earlier in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, really good showcase once again of playing all these kind of RGB picks. So you ban his segment, he got another option, things like opening up with Oliver, Shiho, and then yeah, the Fire Inosuke was just too strong to handle.
All right, here we go. Pre-ban, what is it going to be this time? It was the segment that Lava used. Maybe this time it's going to be the Shiho.
I think Shiho maybe as a potential pre-ban. You want to remove one of those scary units on Lava. I mean, like he always runs either Chandra as a speed lead. Okay, going for the Heigang instead.
And we got a Yeonhong pre-ban coming out from Lava. Yeonhong is one of Yodayo unit as well. We saw that earlier, but Yodayo hasn't been using the unit for the past 2 games. First pick for Lava, he still has the Oliver Shiho in his pocket, and the Oliver is on this Despair build, so it's a bit more unique compared to the usual Oliver.
And we're seeing Yodayo actually going into some sort of Bruiser turn 2-ish with the Geo and the Dark Stark.
He's switching up. I think Dark Star is probably one of the worst unit in like APAC in general. I think, like, arguably he's very good. That is probably one of the higher win rate speed leader in RTA outside of SWC tournament. But in here, people seem to figure it out like really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it does have really good passive. The damage output, pretty nice on the skill too as well. But so far, we haven't really seen a really nice draft together with it.
Okay, we got a Velaju to counter the debuff and the Oliver, but we have a ignore defense unit that can't be one shot here to counter the Velladril. So this Velladril is definitely either going to be banned or in trouble. Also, the Federica seems really good in the Misty as well.
I think this Frederica looks nice here. Definitely able to one-shot something really quickly. It's just more like Bruiser. The Water Gandalf is also gonna be good against the Kyo as well.
So I think Lava Draft right now is incredible at the moment. We have a Jagger last pick here, not too bad against the enemy team, but a little bit too late.
I think this Jaeger is a
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be like a Jaeger ban, maybe the Water Gandalf ban. It's going to be a Federica ban. So Yudaya will have to fight this Gandalf. Not going to be a pleasant experience, but at least the Misty is going to get stronger over time.
Yeah, we'll see whether the Misty has enough damage output later on. So what's a Gandalf actually moving first here? Will be able to apply the reflective damage buff if he chooses to do it.
Ooh. Oh, but he gets the provoke on the Velladril though. He didn't go for the buff. He didn't want to trigger the Geo a bit too early. Get the reset onto the Velladril as well. But for a Despair Oliver, that kind of off-turn stun is scary.
Yeah, really amazing. So since Velladril now got resetted, oh man, there's no immunity to be placed. Free reign for this Fire Inosuke to do so much damage. Look at that.
Oh my god, he is absolutely cooking Yodayo with the Fire Inosuke. That's very good damage, and Yodayo doesn't have a lot of healing. But somehow this Geo laying a defense break and a stun onto this Fire Inosuke by the intervention of God himself that this Geo actually landed at. That's crazy.
Yeah, so what the Gandalf is able to cleanse the armor break soon here. Oh wait, no. And this Misty and it start kill off this unit though.
Maybe. And he did. He finished off the Inosuke with the Darkstar skill 2 and half a Misty skill 1. So suddenly Yodaya went from being in a lot of trouble to potentially winning the draft from there.
Yeah, but it's not really over yet. Okay, what the Gandalf here will be able to place the buffs once again. Velladril, I think, died towards the Josephine here with the 2 turns provoked. So he really needs to bring down this Misty in time.
Oh, this Misty combined with a defense break from the Geo is doing so well for Yodayo.
Not too sure whether the Josephine needed to attack the Velladril, right? I mean, there was a provoke on his head. And then you still got the counter buff.
Wait, he's switching target though. Why is he not just clapping this Oliver? Might as well, right? I mean, I guess the karma will stop him from doing anything, but it felt like an easy kill that you could have taken instead of wasting damage onto the Gandalf. But he's going back into the Gandalf. He's going in. He landed the defense break and the damage. Oh, with the reflect though, Cray. Look at the reflect.
The Misty actually took more damage than the Gandalf, right?
Oh my god, the reflect is absolutely crushing Yodayo damage dealer.
So Oliver does not want to trigger the Geo's passive here. Can he bring down this Misty in time though?
Oh, if this unit is stunned, it will be very bad for her. And
oh my god.
Oh my god, and she did! That stun changed the course of the game once again. And Yodayo went from winning the match to now eating the Oliver that he could have killed. And GG Lava will take game 3 and move on to the next round, the lower bracket, to meet Frank.
Yodayo must be kicking his Geo right there. He just did not need that Despair stun to come in. Oh my god. What a bad timing, man.
By some miracle, he defense break and stunned the Fire Pig. But somehow, it stunned the worst moment as well to let the Josephine whack his Misty right there to kill it.
Yeah, literally. The Geo was a spy, giving the turn to the Josephine to end his Misty's misery. Oh my god.
Yeah, real unfortunate right there. What can we say? Summoner's War, man. You gotta really think about what could happen. And a lot of these moves are made almost immediately because you can see that everyone has like maybe a 10 second to make a move. But a lot of these moves are made almost instantly, and sometimes that might not be a good idea.
So a very convincing 3-0 sweep against your Dio. It's Lavar. This guy, the master of RGB. I really love to see how he dropped.
Yeah, barely any LD5, if at all. We've been seeing him using only RGB unit. It's like a challenge at this point. He's doing a challenge run in SWC, winning without LD, and he seems really, really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, imagine he goes all the way to the lower finals, right? And then suddenly you whip out like 5 LD5 kind of thing. I would love to see it though.
I think the scary part is he whip out the right LD at the right moment. That will be even
Yeah.
crazier because 5 LD is kind of weak to certain unit like Ethna, something like that. But the right Elena and the right, I don't know, Ragdoll, even at a certain situation of Dark Hacker, Seimei, can be really, really devastating.
Yeah, those kind of 2-2 bruisers, right, with the Knicks. So we'll see the upper final, right? Mr. Yin Hong will be up against Eric B.
And here we go, the upper final. Is it going to be Eric B or Yin Hong? Eric B has had a flawless record so far in the APAC Group B. Can he continue that streak?
Yeah, I think Eric B needs to take the Hey Gang away first or something like that because we're gonna definitely see Yin Hong maybe opting for the Laura, the Light Gojo, those kind of units.
Okay, so once again with the Eric B special with the Wedget and the Okeanos. And over there we have a Viva Shell getting picked up for the turn 2 together with a Laura.
So very early Viva over here, opening up his options for a speed lead later on. And for Eric B, I think, yeah, you gotta take this Heigang right now. It works really well with the Wedget. And yeah, safe to say we're gonna be seeing this Deva Raja in action again.
Classic Dark Indra over there for Eric B team. There's going to be a lot of control and damage. And how is Yidong planning to counter this? There are many ways to do this. It could be anti-AoE debuff like Juno, Veramos, Windabara, and it could be a Chow somewhere in between as well. Or is it going to be some crazy LD Seimei? And it will be the Huarang and Light Unicorn.
Wow, crazy LDs indeed right at the end. So very heavy LD drop once again coming up from Yin Hong. Eric B, I think you need some sort of what the Gojo here. It's gonna be good against the Oliver too, right? I mean, you don't get pushback.
Oh, it's going to be the Layla for the slow and the silence against the enemy. But Layla might not be doing too well against the Light Horse and the Light Huarang though.
Yeah, especially once Light Horse just gets one additional turn. She's able to provide like permanent immunity all around for the entire team once she's in the human form. So might be a potential force ban on that horse.
And the ban is going to be on the Dark Indra, as well as the Light Unicorn, taking away one of the bigger damage source, and also take away the healer on the other side.
I think most importantly here, the Layla needs to land the slow debuff onto this Light Huarang. If not, that unit is just gonna run over you so hard.
Oh, we got the AoE
Oh
strip
my God.
into a classic Laura Violent proc. It's kind of crazy that Laura outspeed the Wedget on Swift on the Violent build.
Yeah, that is actually insane. So definitely the violent set is somewhere along the lines of 2-0x kind of thing.
Yeah, having the speed lead, having the higher base speed really helps this Laura to outspeed the Wedget, even if this Wedget might be like plus 225.
Yeah, so now Wedget is trying to reduce the attack bar of this Oliver a little bit. Heigang here's get one Despair stun, which is not too shabby. Right onto the right unit. Layla also getting a stun onto the Oliver, but Layla is gonna go down real soon.
I feel like before Eric B can stabilize, the Light Huarang is going to finish everyone on his team at this point. This guy just deals so much damage, and even if you have buff, he doesn't care. He actually enjoyed it.
Yeah, he needs to get the stun onto the Huarang now. Not able to do so.
Big stun, Hwarang being unstoppable, taking out the Layla, so no more slow debuff. Laura getting another violent proc. Okeanos will not be able to do a whole lot here. He does not have any skill available, and Hwarang will be aiming for the Okeanos next, and Okeanos might even be squishier than Layla.
Yeah, even with all this kind of buffs, the Hwarang's damage is just too good. And another sleep from this Viva Shell. I think that is putting salt in the wounds of Eric B. 1-0.
I guess finally someone challenged Eric B in the game of speed and won.
Yeah, I think overall the Viva Shell got a couple of sleeps onto the Okeanos, which is actually insane with a normal attack.
Here we go, game 2, and the pre-bet is going to be the Lion Hwarang and the Hay Gang here. So Eric B cannot hide behind the Hay Gang protection anymore. Choosing a target right there. Which one is it going to be, buddy? It will be the Laura. So the 5 Megabit is going to get a turn to maybe stun the Dark Monkey King.
The Nui, I think for sure onto the monkey, right? Okay, that's a really nice stun, and Wedja will be able to apply the buff. Windstark, let's see how crazy this guy can go.
Oh no, the crazy one is the Dark Monkey with the violent proc right there. Wins also missed both the strip and the provoke on the other 2 unit. So the situation is looking mighty fine for Yin Hong at the moment.
Yeah, Annabelle is just opting for normal attack here, waiting for this Fire Megumi to be off wheel.
Oh, he missed the Oliver strip. Oliver getting a pushback onto the wedge ad right there, getting another turn to reset the skill on the Laura. So Laura, even if she violent proc, will not have the skill to stop the advance of Yin Hong.
Yeah, so another big stun onto Oliver, but honestly, Oliver did his job already, resetting the most important unit. Now Annabelle can just go for some safe heals. Gonna be another round of pushback going on to the Windstar, and it's looking really bleak for Eric B once again.
Yeah, Oliver looking really solid at the moment, doing a lot of work against him. And the Team Shield also has a stun available, and that's going to lock down 3 targets from the enemy. And Oliver is going to do the rest on the Windstar. Eric B is being absolutely controlled by Yin Hong right now.
Yeah, this Windstar is getting clapped. All right, big damage done onto the Laura, bringing it down, and I think it's safe to say not looking good for Eric B. Armor break will be applied here with the slow debuff.
One more unit down. Yin Hong team is completely healthy, unscratched at this point, and he will take game 2 as well.
Wow, really solid showcase once again from Yin Hong. The Annabelle pick was really good at the end. And yeah, I think Eric is not really adapting towards the drafting coming up from Yin Hong. This guy very unorthodox, right? I mean, there's so many things that he can actually do. Too many things to pre-ban as well.
It seems like Yin Hong adapted to Eric really, really well compared to the rest of his enemy. They couldn't adapt Eric, but Yin Hong did, and he is figuring out Eric every single draft. There's nothing Eric can do, getting outsped, getting completely control here.
Yeah, I think Yin Hong also, one thing is because Eric B has been going for Wedjat as the attack booster most of the time, so he's definitely capitalizing on that, bringing in things like She-Ho. Just need high base speed kind of units to counter it.
I feel like Eric feels similar to Pooh in Group A. He had a very solid draft that he keep using all the way to the final, and then the guy in the final figured it out. And then he got figured out entirely. So I think Eric needs to really start to shake it up a little bit and draft something else instead of relying too much on one combo, so that even if he loses here, the people in the lower bracket wouldn't figure him out too quickly.
Yeah, so I think Yin Hong here don't really need to change things up. I think She-Ho is the perfect unit to be fitted in here.
And that's going to be the She-Ho and the Fire Megami getting picked up by Yin Hong, drafting the right RGB here, forcing Eric to not go Wedjat, because if he does it again, I think he might find himself in a bad spot. So Eric switched it up to a Tian Lang to deal with the attack power gain and a Jäger to deal with all the stun as well. I think Eric is doing pretty well with this one here.
This is more what I like it, right? I mean, that's Tianlang to counter the Oliver Jaeger. Also really good with all the single target threat state that he can draw the aggression from. Pretty hard to kill off that unit too.
We got a Gandalf getting picked up here for the shield and the heal. So that's going to counter a lot of damage coming out from Eric. But he needs a damage dealer, and that's going to be a force ban Sonya for sure.
Unless Eric B has a lot of anti-Sonya units. I don't think so. I remember it's just the Bella, right? So far that we've seen.
Maybe with a defensive of Jäger, it could be a different story.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, so we're gonna be seeing a fire pure vanilla cookie, right, to deter Oliver more.
If he actually has anti-Sonya and he banned the Gandalf, I'll be very shocked. But that would be very cool though.
Yeah, I'll be super surprised if he has those 3 units on anti-Sonya, right? I mean, Laura provides defense buff. That's maybe one thing that could work for him.
So the Gandalf get to stay here. Eric keep his Jäger. I'm not sure this Jäger without attack buff defense break is going to do enough early game, but at least he has the fire pudding to drag it to the late game.
Yeah, at least he got some sort of healer on the team. Although not the best, but of course he also deter the Oliver turn cycling pretty heavily.
Oh, he missed the stun on. That seems pretty bad, but we got the Oliver to make sure that the Laura cannot use a lot of skill here.
He landed the armor break.
But he missed the reset cooldown time. Okeanos woke up from the stun rare with the skill 3 available, but Gandalf is very good against AoE CC.
Yeah, I don't think the Okeanos does the AoE attack there. He's gonna be taking more damage than the opponent. So Justice, I guess you try to remove the Shiho first, or even the Fire Megumi.
He's trying to get rid of the defense breaker because I think without defense break, Yinhong would not be able to kill the Jaeger in the end game.
Yeah, especially when Jaeger does have a healer for his end.
But look at that. The control from Yinhong is failing to stick here due to 2 units being immune to stun, and the healing that comes out of this fire pudding is really, really good.
Yeah, the beauty of the Jaeger here, that the Justice also goes through the shield, which Gandalf apply. So it doesn't really matter.
All right, we're back to square one for both players. They're both really healthy. They both use their skill, and they both achieve absolutely nothing.
Everybody back to square one. So do we see another round of stun onto the Laura this time? All right, gets it. How much damage does this Jaeger do though? At this point,
Maybe at some point he's gonna one-shot a Shihao, but can he drag it to that point?
it's still not enough. So 16,000 only onto the Fire Megumi. I think needs around like 40% attack increase.
Oh, we got 10 degrees cooldown time. Oliver's doing Oliver thing. Shio's going in trying to do some damage as well. But he desperately need a death break from the Fire Megumi to really hurt somebody.
Yeah, and one thing good is that this Jaeger is drawing so much aggression from the opponent, putting up the threat state almost every single time.
But the attack rate is really nerfing his damage a little bit. I think the Fire Megumi really have to focus on this Jaeger so that you can get like a Shio skill 3 in and maybe doing something about that.
Yeah, I think his window of opportunity here is for the Megumi to land armor break into alter ego attack, but I don't think that even kills a Jaeger though.
Okay, that's not too
Okay,
bad,
right.
about half HP. But then the death breaking unit is about to go down and nobody can really stop that here. The Gandalf is being slow. It can also be stunned so that it doesn't provide any of the shield with skill 2. And that will really hurt Yinhong.
Yeah, it's looking rough for Yin Hong this time. Getting the sleep proc onto the Oliver. All or nothing. Yeah, just a couple of stuns, but once again, big heals.
Oh my god, that almost killed the Shihao. So sooner or later, that skill 2 is going to end the Shihao. He has about a couple turns window here to do something about the situation because you cannot hide behind that forever.
Yeah, I think maybe Okeanos just send the third skill, but his link is safe. Okay, going for the reset onto the Shiho, making sure that there's no third skill coming up from it.
Is that over? That's over.
Yep.
Eric B. I'm glad that he switched it up. And he did pretty well in the drafting for this one. He saw the CC team coming. He retreated back into the Jaeger and the Fire Pudding and pull out on top.
Yeah, he definitely saw that coming, bringing in Tianlang to counter the high-speed aggression from the opponent. So adapting towards the draft is Eric B. Really nice to see.
Now we're going to game 4 here. I hope Eric doesn't just like immediately go back to the wedge ad, the counter pick that he has. Or maybe, you know, will pre-ban a wedge ad at this point, but he doesn't need to do that. He beat the wedge ad twice in a row.
I think it's gonna be a pre-ban onto the Jaeger. I felt like Yin Hong just got shut down by one single Jaeger earlier.
Wait, hold up. He's banning the follow-up unit from the wedge ad com. So I think that just
that he has.
Terlihat final.
I think Viva is not even on Swift. We haven't seen a single Swift Viva in this situation just yet, but it's going to be a
Oh, yeah,
more because the strip of Eric will have to touch the enemy. So the more being on despair, full damage, or whatever it is, can disrupt the combo. But now he might get a full combo out with the Okeanos damage.
Yeah, we'll see whether this Viva Shell is on Swift though. Alright, nope.
So, do you think this combo is going to work? There's no passive on the side of Yinhong. It's a lot of LD, a lot of unit
There's
that
a
is
holy
very
cleave.
vulnerable. Oh, Cray, here it is, Cray.
Here we
Here's
go.
the Oki Cleave.
Here we go. Send it. Big stuns all around. And I think it's
Oh my
GG.
god! Oh my god! Eric B with the cleave completely shut down Yin Hong. The Dark Megami has been
Ah,
waiting for this moment to be drafted, and that might be GG.
Karuneng.
Yeah, even if this Viva Shell proc now, you lost 2 of your damage dealers already. Yeah, safe to say, Eric B got a really nice clean.
The wedgie, but that's at most he can do.
Yeah, I mean, you switch one up, again a little bit of attack bar, you give the defense buff once again. Yeah, it's over. It's gonna be 2-2.
Wow, Eric B with a comeback. And I think he's been waiting for this draft from Yin Hong that is focused more on the premium LD but less on the RGB passive unit. And that opened up the window for Eric B to cleave the enemy.
Yeah, his drafting was really good there. I mean, he also saw that Yin Hong was not going for those kind of turn one She-Ho kind of thing, you know, to contest for speed. And then he can capitalize on that, bring in the Maximilian as well as Rumi. Of course, She-Ho is banned out, but then there's other options like Etna, these kind of things.
Yep, let's see what he's going to decide to do here. For the last game between Eric B and Yin Hong, Eric B is making an impressive comeback here from the 2-0. So this will show if he is flexible to draft against Yin Hong. He changed his draft to a bruiser, heavy to deal with Yin Hong control, worked out. Waited for Yin Hong to activate his cleave draft, and he did it. So this is going to be a gamble for the because Yin Hong can be drafting different things again this time around.
Yeah, I think you got to respect ban onto the Laura, right? The Laura has been working out really well for Eric B. Oh, Eric removed the Laura this time?
I think
On
because
his
he doesn't
own
have
part.
first pick, so
Yeah.
the opponent will use the opportunity to get the Laura first pick here, and that's going to be pretty bad for Eric. No more Dark Megami, so going to be hard to draft. You know, also steal the Okeanos away from Eric. So that's a lot of unit from Eric's usual draft gone.
Yeah, I mean, he could still fall back towards some sort of wedge up with the Gojo. We'll see whether he opts for it though.
Here we go. We got the wedge jab once again, and
Yeah, there
he's
we
gonna
go.
go
Water
in with the
Gojo.
water Gojo, Cray. Is it legit though?
Yeah. I mean, go on turn 1, so you're
Together with saw that the Viva was not on Swift, which means if can be anti-stun, you can be very tanky.
Yeah.
They the swap.
Yeah, Viva doesn't care about that. There's always a slight window of opportunity to swap into a potential one-shot kill. And yeah, Yin Hong, congratulations to him. He's going to be locking his slot in the APAC Cup.
And look at that. After the break, we are going into lower round 3 between Frank and Lava. So they will have a bit of time to rest up before their last couple matches here. We only have 2 more best of 5 left for today, guys. Asia Pacific prelim Group B is coming to an end. We got one person. We're trying to find out who will be the other person from Group B to join Yin Hong in the APAC Cup. With that, we'll see you guys after the break and the highlights.
Oh 5 jam tuh live.
Nggak sabara ieu, nggak sabara rebutan
Cari tong,
wacan
cari
itu.
tong.
Nggak aya AdSense can.
Yo, it's gonna be pretty intense here because this is final chance at this game. Because the moment you lose, you out for good this time.
Yeah, so the match has already begun here
Yeah,
in terms of the
live,
drafting. We're seeing
Bukan
Frank
aset.
going for the Shiho opening
Jual
Masha.
beli HP.
Oh, that's a lot of control coming out from Lava, but the Windfall Phoenix pose a real danger for the Oliver and the segment here.
Yeah, there's a really nice force material coming out from Frank. Lava kind of understands the situation here. He's having a little bit of troubles fighting water units, so bringing in the Abilio as well as the water Gandalf.
Is that going to be enough to
Balik itu kita
counter
nggak
damage
perlu
coming from the
main.
enemy though? But the Windfall Phoenix will be the second Oliver because
Right, so didn't trigger the Josephine's passive.
here we go, guys. Windfall Phoenix going for the provoke. Didn't get it though, but the Marsha is here too. Oh, he missed the defense break. He could have finished off the segment here if he had the defense break.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. No armor break coming out from the Masha means that this segment is back to almost full health. Abilio doing God's work with all the heals.
And we're going to provoke onto the Marsha here. Oliver going into the Marsha. But Firebite doesn't have any skill to deal with anyone over there. The heal block might be okay though.
8.
Right? That is something working for Frank. However, now armor break applied onto the Windfall Phoenix as well as the Masha. Big stuns all around, but Josephine is just gonna get a really good turn.
Yang lagi sebiji.
Oh, the Marsha is dropping so fast, Cray. That one missed defense break lost all
Corner
the
sebiji,
value right
generasi
there.
sebiji. Kan i7
Yeah, now Shio is gonna be susceptible towards
the
the Oliver's reset if he has it because he does not have any
Oh,
immunity now.
elektronik
So,
narai. Kabar orang
it's gonna be a full reset onto the Shiho, but opting for normal attack instead.
Cashbacknya menang kurang.
Josephine looking for targets for both right there. Let's see where he's gonna send it. There's so many targets here. The force looking really good for Lava at the moment. He gets the control done, gets all the damage done, and even with all Phoenix on the Frank is being controlled fairly well by the enemy.
Yeah, I mean, this segment is not getting stunned up by the Shio the whole time. So, Windfall Phoenix, honestly, not doing much in this context. However, with this additional turn, finally able to bring down the segment.
Oh, 2 procs in a row, but the shield is too big for the Marsha to break, surprisingly. And the Josephine is actually clapping the enemy. You get an additional turn, I also get it as well. And surprisingly, in this context, the Belio last pick worked out really well for Lava Favor.
Cuman tetap
Yeah,
Kumar
so even you get the stun here, Josephine is just gonna go for the strip. Oh my gosh, she's going twice
laptop mah.
every time.
Tahan bisa nih.
Big damage, finish off the fire Bayak. Windfall Phoenix is the last one standing. So Windfall Phoenix overall is a very good counter to increase cooldown time, but unfortunately, he doesn't do much outside of that. And I think that is quite a big problem if the enemy somehow managed to maneuver around this unit. They still managed to get a victory, even with Oliver and Sekhmet being on the team against the Windfall Phoenix.
Lavar doing Lavar things really good, drafting once again in terms of RGB picks, bringing in the Abilio and the Water Gandalf at the end. Two really strong supportive units in the Water region, right? So
Generasi 10
yeah,
gue.
we'll see whether Frank is able to adapt
Amun
towards
minimal
these kind of
generasi
drops. Pre-ban this time will be locked in.
Game
It's gonna
mah
be the
pari desa
Oliver
wae di
and
akalannya game
the
mah.
Song Zhang Lao.
Pasina kumaha-kumaha ge di akalan cuman
So we
kayak
have
nu
the
lieur nama
Oliver out of the
update na.
field. I think this
Namun
is
di
a
bawah
rare
10
Oliver
mah
pre-ban. We've
kudu
been seeing a lot of
3
high
orang
base speed pre-ban,
Itu di ladangan ya, di
but
ladangan. Mungkin
Oliver
OS itu di
is
ladangan
being pre-ban in the
diklik-klik
first
gitu
round.
caranya.
And
Kalau
knowing that
mun
Lava
10
mainly
kalau
play with
mah
RGB unit, I think
update
losing the
langsung
Oliver
ya.
is a
Amun
very
orang
big
error
deal for
satunya
this
error
player.
langsung di website mah.
Yeah,
Bedakeun
does
OTG
not want to deal with that.
colokeun
And it's
jadi.
gonna be opening up with the
Namun ya
Alina.
mah mun di bawah 10 mah
We'll
kudu
see
make
whether
dia
this
yang ngaranna si
Alina is
Rupus.
able to land later on.
Aya teh ieu
So
nama ieu mah.
far, has
Si
not been
Butebel
a really good showcase on
Bintang
this
11
unit.
ya.
So Lavar is gonna go with the Hey Gang, which is
Ngan yang
rather
hayang ninggang kabeh mah hayang ninggang
So
Kings
Hagen's gonna
that
Alina.
help them a little bit against the,
dekor sebenarnya
the
bebas asal
Elena.
generasi 10 kalau
But
ur.
we also have another
Karena
unit that can
tong
counter
rangna.
Elena, which is going to be the
Westman
segment
Windows
because
11
Elena base
kadang-kadang
speed is
11
pretty
10
low.
ngaruh oke.
Oh, we got a
Ada
Nyx
24 bit. Aya beberapa game anu teu bisa
Nyx can
dihajar
either
ku
boost
10 ku
Elena
11
slow and
atau trap
Oblivion
deck.
together with a fire bite for damage.
really nice two picks right there with the Knicks.
SSD
And
na
we'll see
we.
what Lava plans to do here. Opening up with the segment and Hagang means that his damage output still not the best. Do you fit in something like a Chow? But you're also susceptible towards the Oblivion later on. Yeah, it feels like a Alina force ban here.
Oh, we've got an Anavar getting picked up here for some good support and healing. But if we are lacking damage and we are putting in even more debuff, so in the face of Nyx, I'm not too sure if putting so much of your card into debuff is going to be a good play. So Nobara getting picked up to deal with all the AoE debuff coming out from Lava. Maybe not. Even better option for safety is going to be the Veramos. So you're going to enjoy like permanent healing. But Nobara on top for some extra damage as well. So I think Lava last pick, whatever it is probably going to get banned. Jagger angle to deal with this AoE spam, but he's stealing the
Amun keur main
RGB
warnet,
away
ya,
from
mun keur
Lava
main warnet sok
with
aliran.
the Lima to make
Mun
that
keur main
RGB
warnet sok
even
aliran
better.
itu.
Kali tadi di cyber.
Yeah, I think he kind of expected Lava to
Kualitas
relying on
hardware-nya
damage coming out from
awet
the
ya.
Legolas onto your
Mas
child,
berapa
which
tahun?
is
Udah 8
Percaya lah
not
nih.
the best.
Sampai tahun ini cak itu.
All right, here we go, guys. Chandra, 5 Legolas against Lima and Ella. Ella's one of my most hated
Venom,
units.
Venom.
She is just so annoying. Even if you have two
Ya,
people out
eta
of the team,
kekurangan apa?
she still works like a charm.
Yeah, she's just gonna give it to the She-Hulk later for the alter ego attack once again. So Chandra, this time, who do you hug? I think you gotta protect your Fire Legolas and
Jagusa ke
hold on
rongsok.
to your third skill.
Rongsok di kilo
Nothing much you can do.
I feel like there's this like water justice unit with a similar skill 3 to Elena, Ella that people are not utilizing to deal with the reset meta. I wonder if she's gonna show up somehow, somewhere in the future. A side note.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see
Tapi payunya tang.
the new units in the future, right? Whether they have those kind of skill sets. Slow debuff applied onto tree, and that's also the additional skill of this lineup.
Kamu
Anjing cak itu.
kenapa mana? Kenapa
Just waiting
Nah,
for
karena
your time,
ningali
right?
itu
Because
ningali
there's
kemana kalau
also
buat
gonna be
kebal
the
gitu.
strips
Anjing,
coming out from
ya,
Lima,
anak-anak,
and
jadi.
it's 2-1. Frank is
This
just
is easy. I feel like Frank has been out drafting
Yeah.
He's not doing any of
penontonnya.
that.
Mun si katanya
Smart player, by the way.
Masha, and let's see if Frank can take care of the Masha pick too, maybe.
I think Masha later on is going to be pretty solid, you know, especially against the Windstar. So taking the Ella and the Shiho once again. That combo earlier was really, really strong. So Sagar will be picked up as well.
We got no Oliver, so we have the Cigar here, but he kind of need like a solid damage to ties all these squad together. Wonder what's that gonna be. If you pick the damage too late in the last slot, it will be bad now. So I think this is the perfect time to slot in a decent damage dealer against the Shiho. And the damage that he's going with is going to be Smicer, who can silence the Shiho and bomb the rest of the team.
This Meister pick is really good, but with Veromos in the field now, I think this will be a force ban material. Although you could try to control up this Veromos with some stuns here and there, but that's gonna be a little bit risky though.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a good stun angle here. The Water Twin Angel stun rate is I have many bad words to describe that stun rate that we shouldn't be using right now. So he either have to go for another strong stun unit, but then there's a Fire Monkey deal with your stun as well. I think a strong slow unit would be appropriate. But unfortunately, Annabelle is in the stack ban, so she is not seeing any use here. So what else can Lava have for a strong AoE?
Yeah, he needs something to deal against this Meiho one because I think it's gonna be really solid. There's no way to like burst him down. And your only damage output so far was the Smicer. So Gurkha might be an option here. Now he can apply armor breaks.
I'm happy, dude. He picked an LD5. I'm kind of happy about that.
Yeah, that's
First LD action from Lava is gonna be Gurkha, the champion unit of the past, and he doesn't get to be played. Unfortunate for Lava. The one time he picked an LD5, he get banned immediately. So Vermo's gonna be gone. Lava's get to keep his Smicer. I mean, Loki Smicer is kind of an LD unit because his main damage comes from bomb, so it doesn't really affect by element. But can this Smicer do enough? Let's find out.
Yeah, so Shiho here. I think you kind of want to stun off the Veladrol or the Romael and Judaya. Resistance coming into play already right off the bat. So Smicer needs to land this bomb, get the stun as well. Wow.
Beautiful proc though. He got the other unit as well. So Star cannot strip that one immunity coming out from the Veladrol, hoping, allowing the Cigar to keep his protection. Cigar also missed the Shiho. Oh my god, that is not looking good.
Yeah, he needed that strip onto the Shiho, so now that Shiho is looking really scary as well. Meister able to heal up just a little bit, but there's nothing much both sides can do at the moment.
And he also missed the Shiho right there once again. But finally, the Shiho is stripped by the Water Twin Angel, and now maybe the Smicer can start doing some work.
Yeah, so now armor break even applied onto the Ella. I think Lava is trying to remove that unit first. Does not want to deal against the immunity placed later on coming up from this unit.
Oh,
All right, and this Meister do it though. His second bomb, can he land it? Because this most of his damage output. Beautiful bomb and stun on the Ella. Ella is the main healer for Frank, and without Ella, I think Frank team is being kind of controlled right here. They can't really perform their damage because of the immunity and the shield. Maybe this is the angle where Fire Monkey can start doing something.
Yeah, so Veladrol next turn does have the Sanctuary up. However, Provoke now landed onto the Smicer.
Oh my god, that's still one stun onto the Veladrol. But the bomb damage is enough to take down the Ella. I think the Fire Monkey got to really switch target to this now this Meister here, ASAP.
Yeah, but now with this 2-turn silence onto the Meiho Wang's head as well.
Oh my God, the Velajo with the 330 immunity once again. The Spicer is doing so much work here, putting out silence, not allowing these units to strip, to do their big skill, and the bomb damage is coming back very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, Neo can't even land the armor break here because all this immunity, and he can't even heal up with the skill 2. So just trying to work a little bit onto the shield. The bomb, I think, later on is just going to be placed on
game.
I think
It's-
Christina
oh,
is
no.
a really good force ban though.
He's really considering it though. He's really considering it though. So I think it's a Layla and Christina ban at this point.
Yeah, I mean for sure, you got no way to stop this Christina. Your damage output on it is gonna be really bad,
Zenitsu
and
bahaya ya,
if she
Zenitsu.
gets the big burst damage, especially with Kovaci, landing the Oblivion, killing off something, probably cleaving everybody as well with the AoE damage.
All right, round 5 between Lava and Frank. Frank at this point is also using a lot of RGB unit. The amount of water unit on screen is crazy. So here comes the stun from the Shiho, leading into a Josephine, provoking maybe the Chandra.
Can she land it though? Alright, so going for the Shiho instead, and there's gonna be the rebuttal coming in from this Fire Megumi. Who do you try to stun? Okay, he did not get
Oh,
it.
ini bahaya Mas ya Zenitsu
So he's
ya.
gonna eat the slow debuff. Though. I'm not exactly sure if that is gonna be the dish that he wants.
Yeah, slow debuff is gonna be hurting Frank a little bit here. So I think Chandra kind of needs to protect the Shiho. But he's holding towards the second skill first though.
Oh, he missed Kovaci. That's kind of bad though. Kovaci getting an attack buff is going to be quite crucial for the team, especially the Water Minister.
Okay, so now Okeanos with the big stuns. Good damage output onto the Shiho already. This unit is down to half-life. Now, I think you kind of want to reset off this Chandra, removing his turn cycling a little bit.
Oh, he does not want anyone to touch his team with that Chow going for the shield right there. And maybe even one-shotting the Kovaci at this point.
Oh my god, I think if this Water Zenitsu gets the armor break into a Biden, but you do know maybe this unit is on Despair. We've seen a lot of Despair Water Zenitsus in the field. I mean, so far,
Yeah, I
when
think-
people are winning though.
Shio looking crammed and ready to be killed though. Josephine with attack buff going in. There's going to be a Shiho claim. Claim the shield with a 15,000 hit Chow. Send the Kovaci out of the match as well. 1-for-1 trade for 2 player. So Chow, if he killed the Water Zenitsu, he will win the match.
Oh my god, this Water Zenitsu. I think he's gonna get the job done, right? Very low on health is this Chow. However, now with the hug comes, let's see the justice.
Oh my god, barely enough to kill the Water Zenitsu, but at least the protection. Oh, the Water Zenitsu goes down to the Fire Megumi, and there are only 2 units left, and they are both countered by Chow. Oh
Yeah,
no!
and at this point, the armor break Okeanos goes down.
Right. The RGB King claimed the title. He will beat Frank and move on to the next round. There is no way a Josephine can beat a Chow at this point of the game. Oh
Yeah,
my
man.
god, the
Modar ya.
Door.
claims the Josephine too with a justice. GG.
GG's, man. Oh my god, that clutch coming in from Lavar. I don't know, this guy, even though all his RGB, all the ones that he utilized most of the time, all got banned out already in the pre-ban, and he still has so many ways to bring in things like Chandra, you know. The Chow did so much work as well with the armor break coming in from the Fire Megumi. You know, 1 armor break, 1 justice, 1 kill.
He's really good at it, man. You can ban 4 of my RGB. I still got more in my pocket, baby. He has so many other options, and he's ready for all of that. Because I used to think that this stack ban will absolutely crush the RGB player, like Lava. Like they will be destroyed by the stack ban rule.
Untuk orang mah dia. Cuma diganti hukum ngaranna kurang. Angger kadetek
pelanggaran.
kurang mana.
Here we go, guys. We got the Vanessa and Jaeger first pick come out from Eric B. Finally, he's dropping the wedge at, and he's going with a different direction here. Lava, on the other hand, is going in with a Chandra and Sekhmet for the first turn control.
Too sure about this Chandra because I mean, even if you get the hug off, the Justice damage is just gonna bypass it. So we're gonna be seeing a Tianlang in the mix here as well to counter the Oliver. That's gonna be really good AoE stuns, things like the normal attack armor break as well. Very good damage output.
Oh, we got a Juno here to deal with the Sekhmet and the Chandra. So very solid bruiser matchup here coming out from Eric to deal with the first 3 units from Lava. Oh, that Water Indra might be quite strong against the Juno. Also, the slow debuff is gonna really hurt the Tianlang as well.
And Parjanya is always a very nice pick here. You got Revive, you're very tanky as well, and when you get the provokes off, when the opponent hits you, you'll be gaining so much attack bar from it.
And the last pick sealed the deal right there. Absolutely incredible last 2 water slow debuff unit against this no win full LD with fire. So I think Lava Draft is actually looking really, really good at the moment. The last 2 units completely counter Eric B's draft.
Yeah, I think he's looking at either the Juno or the last pick ban. So I think maybe Tetra ban right here, right?
Yeah, with the 3 water and they can all do their own respective damage. I think Juno is definitely going to feel it in the late game here. With the Tetra out of the way, the debuff will stick on the other LD unit, and with slow on the Jaeger, with slow on the Tianlang, I think that's going to hurt those units quite a fair bit.
Yeah, I don't think this Juno is that scary because, I mean, Lavar is just planning to kill off everything else before the Juno activates the damage in.
But there's a small problem though. The Tianlang is definitely going to shut down the Oliver, and the Oliver is going to give this Tianlang a whole of attack bar, and the Tianlang might do some interruption in between.
So we'll see what the segment wants to do here. There's a couple of resets that you can opt for. Going for the Tianlang first.
Okay, Juno. I think most Juno from this region is on Despair, so she's going to do some interruption. She landed Despair stun in between right there. We have a defense break coming up from the Vanessa. That could potentially allow the Jaeger to do some heavy damage because Lava does not have any healing, so the Sekhmet might go down right now.
Yeah, that's, oh my god, wait. The strip on the wheel though. So Chandra here gets the additional turn and he's able to go for the hug, placing it onto the Parjanya, and probably just gonna be laying out the slow debuff as well.
Okay, the slow debuff, the hug, but can he land the provoke though? Because if he missed the provoke, I feel like it's gonna be a bad day for the segment. But at least we have the pushback from the Oliver as well. Whoa,
Yeah,
look
so-
at that.
Really good pushback onto the Jaeger, and we'll see what this Parjana has to offer on the table, right? So he's gonna go for the Thunder State, and let's see how much. Oh, actually just going for normal attack.
I think he's waiting for the death breath coming out, and that is definitely going to allow him to hurt. He's trying to push back the Juno a little bit to maybe sneak the Water Indra in between, but that was not exactly happening. So the Juno's going to get the self cleanse right there, but the rest of the team might not be as fortunate. So this Water Indra is definitely going to hurt them.
Oh wow, look at the amount of damage done already onto the Tianlang. However, there's still going to be a little bit of revive from the Vanessa if it's not resetted.
Okay, 2-turn provoke. Very, very good against the Jaeger. Jaeger is suffering from all the debuffs. Will not be getting any turn anytime soon. Also, he's gonna struggle doing some real damage. With the increased cooldown time on the Vanessa, so this Tianlang is gonna go down. And if this Water Intro get a violent proc, maybe the Jaeger is gonna go down too.
Yeah, so he's trying to use the Parjanya to kill off the Juno first, try to do a little bit of damage because later on, you don't really want your segment to be in the field because normal attack can place attack debuff, a lot of debuff that's gonna be coming out from that unit.
Oh my god, this Jaeger does no damage to the Water Indra, and Water Indra will get another skill 2 out, and this is gonna heal him up a little bit, together with doing very good damage onto the rest of the enemy team, but he missed every single debuff on the Jaeger for some reason.
Wow, that Jaeger is still surviving right there, and Vanessa does have the revive. Do you just bring in your Tianlang now because you're already down to like 1 HP?
I think you can, because that team has to be healed by the Juno, and now the team is looking really healthy. Meanwhile, the Water Indra is suffering from a glancing debuff, which is terrifying with his unit because he is the last damage dealer, and it's looking like his job is just getting harder and harder.
Yeah, so one thing over here is that the Salmon landed the heal block onto at least the Jaeger and the Vanessa. It means that it's not going to be healed up by this Juno, but Juno once again is going to be really healthy.
Oh, he's sneaking the kill on the Jaeger. All right, that is huge. And the Juno gave him the stack so that he won't be self-stunning after this turn. How incredible is that? Juno, very kind of you. He was about to stun himself, I think, but then he's not doing that anymore. So now the Water Indra is looking mighty strong against the double fire in the Tianlang right there. Tianlang not even attempting to defense break this Water Indra so that he will do less damage. So he will get a quick skill 2 out, full damage, take down the Vanessa. Tianlang finally gets the defense break in. Is this going to be enough to bring down the Water Indra?
Yeah, it's going to be really close here. We are seeing the Juno actually doing a lot of damage on it, and Tianlang, obviously, when you land the armor break on it, yeah, defense is going to be really weakened a lot. So Parjanya first life down. I don't think he has the capability to bring down this Juno in time.
I think he's trying his best. No, it just, oh no,
Yeah.
the damage was too strong. Lava came in short, but very good team. I think that was a solid team. Like if you're fighting someone that's not Eric B, and maybe their rune quality might not be as good, I think the Water Indra draft was really, really good.
Yeah, but the Indra in there at the end was a superb last pick kind of thing. But yeah, with all the additional damage as time goes by, yeah, he's not able to survive. When you get armor broken as well, the Juno hits so hard, even on the water unit.
Game 2, Eric B going away from the usual wedge ad, and the Tianlang is going to be pre-banned with a segment pre-ban as well. I think it's going to follow the same pre-ban order that Franken did. So we got like the segment, Chandra, Oliver slowly getting pre-banned out of Lava's box, and that's going to give him a lot of problems.
So we'll probably see Eric, does he open up with those kind of Laura team again? Or does he steal the Oliver away from Lavar?
I think, he's going to go for the Oliver first because stealing it away from Lavar and pre-banning one of his high base speed unit. So Lavar still got the Chandra, Shiho, Fire Megumi angle, but those are not exactly as good as the thing he's been using though.
I think Fire Megumi here is nice. Shiho to contest for turn 1. Maybe later on you bring in an Okeanos for safety measures as well.
Let's see what's going to be the counter play coming out from Eric. Is he going to use the wedge at Laura angle, or is he going to go for something different like a Josephine, more defensive draft? We've got the Hey Gang getting picked up to deal with the Oliver, to deal with the She-Hulk, but I'm not sure about the Hey Gang Okeanos though. That might be abused by the She-Hulk actually.
Yeah, I don't really like the synergy with the Hey Gang here because you're allowing this She-Hulk to just go for either the Oliver or the Okeanos first, and then once they move, they can't really do much on turn 1 because there's no follow-up strips, and things might just go south then, right? So Lavar is gonna go with the Meiho Wang. Very good damage bruiser coming up from it, and the Windfall Phoenix.
I like the Windfall here against the Oki and the Oliver, the auto unit in the Windfall team is also very high impact, a bruiser. So they will do the damage that Windfall doesn't. But over there, Eric is going in with a Dark Indra, extremely good into the situation. And we have a Chow as well. So the main damage for Lava is being cut up by these two units.
So it's looking really mighty here. So we'll see whether it's going to be a force band onto it, or does Lavar just want to remove the provoke. So deleting this Deva Raja, and the Misty is going to be off from the field too.
So no more slow debuff for Eric, but he will have a Chow against the She-Hulk, the Fire Monkey. So it's going to be a race, I think. Can Chow really kill anything quickly? Or will Lava finish everyone around Chow and go to the Chow with the Fire Monkey?
It's gonna be a race right here. So Hey Gang gets the strip, and now with the glancing intact on this unit, it's gonna be pretty tough to do anything really. So just trying to steal away the immunity on that Okeano.
Big stun coming out, gets the She-Hulk, gets the Windfall Phoenix as well. So now Chow is gonna focus down probably the 5 Mega Beam to take away the defense break, and also the She-Hulk after that.
Yeah, because now Mei Huang with his glancing is not gonna be very good as well.
Or if he lands on, the shield is kind of done and he doesn't have to touch it anymore. Because the shield is pretty much gone here. Is the matter of time before the Chow move on to the Fire Mega Beam without defense break. I'm not sure if this Fire Monkey King can beat a Chow.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. I mean, there's a window of opportunity here. I guess if the Mei Huang gets the armor break crit into a violent prop crit onto the Chow, then the unit could die. But you're asking for too much then.
Yeah, it seems that the race is favoring Eric D.
Diganti
We got
Omean,
one unit down on Lava. They're trying to race to kill the units surrounding their hard carry. And Eric B is close to killing the second target here. Meanwhile, Lava is not even finishing the first one just yet.
Yeah, he's trying to get a stun onto the Okeanos, but yeah, now shifting his target towards the Oliver.
Yeah, he's got here. Meanwhile, is focusing down one target at a time, and I think this Fire Mega Beam is definitely going to go down because Chow is about to get the turn.
Ayo motor Inggris teh lagi itu ceritanya bukan motor Inggrisnya enak
I don't
mana
think we
mana
need to focus on the Windfall anymore because the Windfall does nothing to stop the Chow at all.
oh udah
Yeah, I
nggak
mean,
jual
the Windfall is
mobil
another very redundant here
Royal
at this point in
Enfield,
time.
Royal
Monkey
Enfield
gets
sih,
another 2 turns to finish off this Okeanos.
lanjutnya berarti nyusun itunya
Okay,
Lain dulu lah,
it's
cek
the
berarti.
carry battle. We are down to a couple support and 2 carries staring at one another. I don't think Eric would care about the Windfall, even though the Windfall can still reduce cooldown of the Monkey.
Menangkan
But
si
using Chow
sana
damage to the
kan
Windfall
ada
seems like a
si
waste.
Atep
So it's going straight
Si
for
Sophie
the
guys ya,
Mei
namanya,
Wong.
tengok.
But with the Windfall, the Mei Wong has skill 2 on
man sama
every
menangkan si
path.
Sophie-nya wah ini
Yeah, Mei Huang has used every single time when this Windfall
ayo
Phoenix
kayu mah
is
kayu
in.
kemana ceng dari
in the mix, alright? So- It's gonna be tough to bring down this unit. We've seen the Justice doing only around like 40% of the Mei Huang's health.
All right, hey guys, about to go down. Chow is racing. Chow will need to violent for every turn to match the Fire Monkey pace at this point. But the glancing debuff might buy some time. Okay, you know what? It doesn't matter. The glancing debuff will do nothing to stop the Monkey killing these 2 support units. In this Chow put it down. Justice will rainbow. Oh my God!
lain eta teh
Rainbow!
jal eta teh
And
jal
Eric
hidung
B
misalnya
will
itu masih
take
gini
game 2 with the Chow.
Yeah, what a big justice right there at the end when all his units are dead. Oh my god, the damage output from one justice, 21,000 onto the mail. Easy cleanup.
Anu
Man,
saka warung teh
Fire Monkey
nunggu
kind of
deui
crazy
sih
though.
pakai
Like
PS.
the weakness of the monkey is that there's a gap between the skills.
Stick
Right? But
surgery.
with
Yeah.
Windfall, you don't have that gap anymore. But still, the justice
kira
was
keluarga.
just so cold.
Coreng mana?
I mean, like, permanent heals with the armor break, but just not enough. The damage output from Chava just too much to handle. So this time, we're gonna be seeing a pre-ban onto the
Ya baragur
Okinos
kalau kita
and
kau
the
orangnya.
Oliver. So a lot of resets
Nah,
off
iya
from
apa ya mun
this
kamu kasihkan si Mang Deto.
best of 5 series.
Well, a lot of unit gone from lava, that's for sure. There's a 3 RGB unit gone already, and first to the lava might be a chance
Main comot we nih batu ke dahar
to secure the shield. He has secured a unit first
Asaan
because
atau
he doesn't really have much left for speed contesting. And if you don't speed contest Eric B, you're getting dark Megumi too.
Yeah, gonna get that Megumi, even the Laura Maximilian kind of thing that you can pop
Tulungan
off
susela
later
kabar
as
udah.
well. Also, you're still a little bit scared of that wedge up pick, right? So Lumber is actually going for the Hagang, preparing for some sort of AoE cleave
Imah si
coming out from Eric.
keluarga eta mah di
And also the Velaju. Oh my, Eric B is morphing. He is evolving right here.
Yeah, really nice. As many picks that Lava could potentially bring out here. So he's dishing out a very heavy fire drop
Oh gitu sih
at the
orangnya
end with the fire twin angel. So I think
emang oke.
even if you just put in a
Buat obat terus
I don't know.
Obat
Is it
terus
a Legolas ban? Because countered by the Hey Gang in kind of low on damage output, and you don't want to spam the Gojo skill 2 here. You might cleanse the bomb on the star. So it's going for the skill 1 here. Not doing a whole lot. No stun, no damage, and the Fire Legolas is doing pretty well in terms of damage output and controlling the enemy unit.
Yeah, so now Hegang needs to get a couple of Despair stuns at least. We'll see what happens here. No Despair stun, and Smicer gets the silence onto this Fire Twin Angel.
He'll be cleansed by the Heigang though, but he gets a Violet to reapply it just to make sure that, oh, you cleansed? Here's another one, buddy. God, this counter attack coming out from Legolas is pretty crazy. And Windstar getting his first turn, going for the... Missed the Bella! The Bella can go for the kill on the Legolas now.
Yeah, Bella definitely removes that unit, and it all boils down to whether this Windstar can carry the game. He needs to kill off, I think, the Smicer first, but Bella is also looking really scary.
Dude, this silence, the Violent Prayer silence, the Fire Twin, it took away his skill 3. He had both skill 3 available, but they can't be used. And here comes the Smicer with the bomb and another Violent Proc. The Fire Twin is forever silenced and the Windstar's going down. Eric B is beating Lava in his own game with the Smicer. I think that's GG, Craig. I think that's GG.
Wow. Oh, we finally see Eric be qualifying for the 8-pack.
The will of B. Eric B will be the one qualified for the Asia Pacific Cup, and he is getting that spot, even though he was beaten by Yin Hong earlier, but he qualified fair and square. He took down King, and he qualified. Huge shout out to Lava, though. He played really well. A lot of RGB. He showed us that drafting can really carry you without the LD, and it's watching him going so far with that.
Yeah, I mean his knowledge in terms of how to counter all these kind of RGB, like you, for instance, we earlier seen him bring in things like Parjanya, very interesting. And although it didn't get him the win, but yeah, I think the Parjanya did so much work to like stall. And yeah, once again, to Lavar, but still falling a little bit short.
A little bit short, unfortunately. He did beat Diligent though, so he can brag about that if he wants to. And Eric B, for the first time, I think qualified for the Asia Pacific. So hopefully he will get further result, and not just the Asia Pacific Cup, maybe even world finalists. You never know.
Yeah, it's a really convincing win right here. So 3-0 against the RGB King, and we're gonna be seeing Eric B moving onwards to the APEC Cup qualifier together with Yin Hong.
We'll say goodbye to all the other players from the Asia Pacific Prelim Group B, like Frank, Diligent, Aerolite, Yudayo, and Lava. They tried their very best. They qualified for SWC, and that is already an achievement in itself, especially for the new challenger. But it is a very, very challenging competition, and the ones qualified will be the best in the group. So we have 4 players from Asia Pacific so far. GE and Yeon Hong from Group A. I think they're both from Thailand. And with Group B with Yin Hong and Eric B.
So moving onwards, I believe next week on Saturday, we're going to be having the Group C for the Asia Pacific preliminaries. So make sure to stay tuned for that. I believe the timing will be pretty similar towards today as well. And we're going to be seeing the likes of Osada-san, you know, all these big Japanese names, Blue Whale, Itaro, Oseru. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, we got the Japan group next week, and I think the Korea group next week as well. So that's going to be a lot of action for SWC next weekend. And not only that, later today, there will be the America Prelim Day 2. So that's a lot more exciting SWC all the time.
So make sure to stay tuned for the Americas preliminaries as well. And I believe we are going to be having another coupon code that you guys love.
No way! It's another coupon code. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna get like 5 billion scroll. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
No
yes,
soup.
wait, you know. And there we go.
There we go. Legend SWC 2026 HSL for Mana, Scroll, and 20 SWC emblem. So key in your code, expire 29th August. So you got a whole week to key in. But key in right now. There'll be the link down below in the chat as well. So if you're on iOS, you don't know what
Jangan
merasa kurang asli.
Keluarga anyar.
Kalau barang apa tinggi kamararan.
Keluarga nama.
Gitu aja nama malah orang obat ini.
Hari si eta berarti asup keluarga mana kah si Isal teh?
Macamnya.
Oh, geus pindahnya.
KTP dibawakan di Parai.
Heeh.
Tapi nggak gampang sih, jangan yang identifikasi di sini. Orang kita nggak ganti KTP itu bisa nih.
Oh, sakedeung.
Ini asana wira